Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. My 20 brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight it's Game 3 of a 4-game series. The Astros meeting the Colorado Rockies. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies. The Astros have beaten the Rockies in the first 2 games of this series with a lot of excellent hitting work, JD.
20 runs scored by the Astros in the first 2 games of this series, 11 last night, 6 consecutive hits to start the ballgame, a franchise record. And tonight now we turn our attention to the pitching matchup. Jason Hamill for the Rockies, and for the Astros, it's Jay Happ. You remember he was sent down to AAA because he was just having a miserable time of it, but since coming back, he's made 5 starts. He's been quite good, 2-1 with a 2.40 ERA. And note that opponent averaged just $1.81 against Happ since his return.
Tonight, coming up from Minute Maid, a lot happening. Minor league MVPs are being honored. And will this be Major League Baseball's 200,000th game in history? We'll find out in just a minute.
Degrees. It's Game 3 of the series between Colorado and Houston here at Minute Maid Park. Greg Lucas down on the field. We have a Astros team that has just taken the field. We got our telecast team up in the booth. It's Saturday night. It's the threesome of Bill Brown, Jim Deshaies, and Jeff Bagwell.
Thank you, Greg. Baggy, final Saturday night of the season.
Yeah.
And this team has been hitting the last couple nights. It'd be nice to see that continue.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, there's a lot of energy with this club. You got a young club that they come out. I mean, they love to play baseball. I'm not saying that the other guys didn't, but it's it's fun to watch. And it's good for the fans to see that, and look forward to our future.
Now Jay Happ on the mound. This is the lineup he'll be facing. It's Eric Young, Mark Ellis, Dexter Fowler, Chris Nelson. Shortstop is the cleanup man. Ty Wiggins is the former Astro in right. Jordan Pacheco at first base. Kevin Kuzminoff at third. Chris Iannetta the catcher. Jason Hamill on the mound.
Well, Jay Happ looking to finish his 2011 season on a high note. Last time out against the Reds, a no decision. Pitched very well. Struck out 9 in 6 innings, allowed just 3 hits and a couple of runs. So he continues his good work since coming back up from AAA. And Carlos Lee is going to revisit left field tonight. Jordan Schaefer's in center. J.D. Martinez slides over to right. That opens up first base for Wallace. Altuve missed last night. And Barmes Paredes cover out the rest of the infield. Quintero is behind the plate.
The Renaissance Festival comes to Minute Maid Park. And all the colorful costumes out there.
There comes Bish right there running up to the home plate, batting left-handed.
There's a whole lot going on in this ballpark.
Yeah, we got all kinds of grog drinkers and wenches and kings and whatnot.
And also the minor league MVP awards handed out tonight. Now it's Eric Young leading it off. Eric Young Jr. at 250, no homers, 10 runs batted in for EY. Speedy outfielder. First pitch from Jay Happ is good for strike 1. Dan Molino is calling the pitches tonight. Young is 4 for 9 in this series. And bunts back off the screen for an 0-2 count for EY Jr. Rockies have lost 9 in a row. They are 20.5 games out in the NL West in 4th place. Last time they lost 10 in a row was back in the 05 season. We're 0-7 on a homestand. They've lost the first couple here. They'll wind up on the West Coast.
They've the bats just have gone quiet, and they struggle a lot on the road anyway. But even at home, that last homestand where they went 0-7, they didn't score, and most of their main guys are shut down. So Tulowitzki not in there, Helton not in there.
Yeah, that'll kind of hurt your lineup.
Cargo not in there.
There's a lot of firepower on the bench, Baggy.
Yeah, we got nobody hitting over 270 in that lineup.
Rolled out past the mound. Will it get out to the bare hands? Yes, very good play. He falls down, does a face plant, and gets out number 1.
We're going to watch him tomorrow morning on ESPN. No offense, Fox, but that was a heck of a play.
Yeah, just a little jam shot squibber out there with Young going down the line. You got to come hard.
Red Wallace with a nice play. Isn't that a lot tougher, Baggy, on the backhand side with a low skidding throw like that?
You know, Brownie, actually, it's easier on the backhand side than it is on the the glove side, because the glove is open more on the backhand side than it is on the front side. Because if you look at it, the front side, it's open this way. You got the entire web and everything like that, so it's a little bit easier. That being said, I give credit to the first baseman more than I give the second baseman, just because I played first base.
Yeah.
And I had to deal with that from Bish all the time. I'm killing him all day. This is my last telecast.
Last chance to fire.
This is last chance.
It'll be at least 6 months before you get another shot.
Exactly.
3 balls, no strikes on Mark Ellis. Obtained in the midseason deal from the Oakland A's. He's helped to stabilize second base for the Rockies. Jay Happ throws a strike, and it's 3-1. And with Jay turning things around, pitched well again to continue that turnaround Monday at Cincinnati. Didn't get a decision, but he gave up 2 runs in 6 innings. A much better version of Jay Happ.
Jimmy, has he changed where he is on the mound?
Not that I've noticed.
I'm just looking right now. He's way on the third base side right now. Of course, he could have been there the whole year. I have no idea.
I'm guessing he was at least somewhat on the third base side. But I don't know. He may have shifted a little bit.
I mean, I remember just facing guys like Glavine and stuff. They would be way on the first base side and just keep their sinker out on the.
Yeah, it's kind of the game is morphed because when I came up, we were all lefties were on the first base side, and right-handed pitchers pretty much were all on the third base side, and now it's almost flipped 100% the other way.
Well, I think because left-handers honestly have changed, and they pitch in more than they ever did in the past.
If you're facing a guy who's setting up where Happ is, Baggy, does that tell you anything at all?
I would think he would pitch in more than he would pitch away.
Right.
Because I would see the ball a lot better if he was from that side of the mound than I would the other side, as far as the outside part of the plate.
As a walk, we go to Greg Lucas.
As Brownie indicated on the open, this is a special night because someone is going to be playing in the 200,000th game in the history of Major League Baseball. They're the games that are eligible. Basically, all the games that started this hour, they've done the mathematics. And they say it will be the second game of this group that becomes official. That means it's got to be an official game, 4 1/2 for 5 innings. And so we're going to be watching this all night to see if the Astros have a chance at making history as the 200,000th game all time.
Dexter Fowler looks at it. It's ball 1 to the switch-hitting center fielder who leads all National League players in extra base hits since the All-Star break.
I'm in. I'm on board. If they're going to give us a bonus check for working that game, then
do I get one too?
Yeah, we'll sell like crazy.
I'm only doing like 13 of these things. I got to get something.
It's all right. It just happens to be your ninth.
We'll make it the most important game of the year, if need be.
We'll be dancing up here in the booth if we get number 200,000. 1 ball, 1 strike to Fowler. He has 34 doubles, 15 triples, and 5 homers. It's kind of an odd collection of numbers.
How many triples was that?
15.
You can hit some triples in that ballpark.
Yeah, and the guy from years ago that was kind of noted for hitting triples was Willie Wilson. And Fowler reminds me a little bit of Willie, that real tall, lanky.
Kansas City?
Yeah.
He could fly.
Put him on turf, too. I mean.
He got him. He got stuck in mud, and Ellis couldn't get back. Picked off by Quintero. 4th pickoff of the year for Q.
That's got to be a helpless feeling when you see the catcher starting to make his throw down there, and then you have a blowout. Just get into scramble mode.
So you got to make up something right there.
Yeah, I think you
couldn't even make up
you use one of your timeouts there.
Happ faces 3 in the first inning, puts up a 0. Now the Astros come up against Hamill. Pick off a part of that top of the first. By Quintero after the walk. Now we go to the Houston lineup for Brad Mills, Jordan Schaefer, Jose Altuve, J.D. Martinez, Carlos Lee, Brett Wallace, Jimmy Paredes, Clint Varmas, Humberto Quintero, and Jay Happ.
Jason Hamill for the Colorado Rockies this evening. He too having a bit of a rough year, 7-13 with a 4.85 ERA, whereas Jay Happ was demoted to the minor leagues. Hamill, his demotion was to the bullpen out of the rotation because of his struggles. Went out there, straightened things out, and has since thrown the ball pretty well. So he gets rewarded with another start here tonight. Young, Fowler, Wigginton in the outfield. Kuzmanov, Nelson, Ellis, Pacheco on the infield. Ionetta behind the plate.
Jordan Schaefer is at the plate. A .243 hitter. Schaefer's 2 for 6 in his career against Hamill. Looks at that pitch, and it's ball 1 up high. Last night, J.B. Shuck had quite a game. He was on 4 times as the leadoff man and center fielder.
It was fun last night to watch that.
It was.
Got a chance to watch J.D. striking out 8 straight.
Yeah.
Some vintage stuff.
Flashback. Tomorrow's the anniversary of the Scott no-hitter, and also the anniversary of the day you guys clinched in '97.
Nice anniversary day.
Yeah.
That was a Pretty big triumphant moment for you guys, Baggy, after you
that was
come
huge.
close. Yeah.
Probably meant more than anything, you know, for a long time in my career, just because to finally get over the hurdle of finally getting in.
Mm-hmm. You had a pretty tight race.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what our record was. Was it
like 83 or 84?
Yeah, 84 and 78 or whatever it was.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But just to get over the hurdle was big.
Now 3-2 or 2-2 rather for Hamill. Hamill's 7-13.
He's got a good arm. You know, that fastball clocked to 93. He's got the 4 basic pitches: fast, curve, slider, change.
Looking down at his footing.
Looks like he's got a real good arm.
I think when demoted, I think the message was you need to be a little bit more aggressive and trust your stuff.
Well, his last start was a good one. It was back on September 6th. Gave up 1 earned run in 7 innings against Arizona. And he's been in the bullpen, and as JD mentioned, in one of those games in relief, he got a 4-inning save. That's pretty unusual against Cincinnati back on the 11th of September.
Too Scottish stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point. Still 3 balls, 2 strikes as Schaefer bats. It's a big night in the organization for those who were honored before the game, including Charlie Taylor, who's been a long-time pitching coach.
Yeah, good guy. Great guy.
You know, Charlie has spent a lot of time here in Houston the last couple of years getting treatments, and it's just good to see him healthy and working again. He's really been a survivor.
Yeah, it's awesome to watch. Awesome person.
Lead-off walk for Schaefer. Let's see what else we have for you. We have the minor league player of the year, Jose Altuve, with Corpus Christi Hooks, Lancaster Jethawks. That's a nice trophy. And Jose receiving that from Fred Nelson. There's Alan Rowan. Of course, Ed Wade was there. And Charlie Taylor, organizational man of the year, for his fine work in the pitching department. And the pitcher of the year pitched at Lancaster this year. We saw him there on the left. And Jake Buchanan had a good sinker for Lancaster. Runner going here. And there's the throw, sailing high on a stolen base by Schaefer, as Altuve took the pitch for strike 1.
Good start again, guys.
Yeah. Schaefer pretty aggressive with his base running, Baggy.
Well, he should be. I mean, that's what that's what his game is. You know, playing center field and stealing bases and his speed. Although there's a lot of guys that have a lot of speed that don't know how to steal bases.
We've seen that. Altuve tries to advance it. And he bunts it foul. Jose also received an MVP in the minor leagues prior to this year, so this was his second award. And he has 193 hits in professional baseball this year.
Pretty solid.
Now he's going to go down and, of course, play winter ball in Venezuela.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
He's the Energizer Bunny. He can go all year.
Well, how old is he?
He's young.
21, 22?
Yeah. Now, somebody asked him about that. But, you know, he played all this baseball this year. Now that'll get the runner over as he hits it slowly to Nelson. And good play there by the shortstop for out number 1. But
better base running, to be honest with you.
yeah.
Know that that ball was not hit that hard, and the shortstop had to come in. There's no way that he can turn to his right and throw Schaefer out. So he had to go to first. It's good base running.
Now it's J.D. Martinez with the RBI opportunity.
Clarkie's giving signs like there could actually be something on, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Martinez with 34 runs batted in has a .284 average. We, of course, are seeing what they've done at the major league level with Altuve, with all those hits in the minor leagues. But Martinez also, with his runs batted in the minors, has a total of 106 in professional baseball this year.
This kid has proven year in and year out he can just hit.
That'll get him home. Fowler back into center field, still running and now turning just short of that warning track, about 400 feet away for a long sac fly and a 1-0 Houston lead. 35th run batted in for J.D. Martinez.
Well, last night it was 6 straight hits, and now a little small ball.
Watch him preload right here. Doesn't take a stride. Stays through the center of the field. Preload there. Through the ball. Stay through the ball so you don't hit the ball at third base or the pitcher.
Very good situational hitting.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's his strength anyway.
1 run without a hit. Carlos leads on a 4-game hitting streak. He's had back-to-back 4 RBI games. That has not happened since Lance Berkman in 2000 on this club. There's strike 1.
Those are fun.
Aren't they, though?
Huh.
Yeah, you can rest for a few days after you put up 8 in 2 games, can't you?
No. You just keep going, Brownie.
Never rest. 1-1. Yeah, you know, you've talked about it. A lot of guys have down through the years. As a hitter, you want to be greedy.
Oh. I've watched some of the best hitters. You know, they get, you know, they're 4 for 4. They want to go 5 for 5 and get mad.
That's out to center field, backing up Fowler again. He cruises back for out number 3. And it's 1 run on no hits. After 1-0 Houston.
On September 28th, you can score a $1 ticket for every full-price ticket purchased in select sections, including field boxes. You can also buy vouchers for $1 hot dogs and small sodas for each ticket purchased. Visit Astros.com/fan for $1 days tickets. Good bargains to come see the Astros as the season winds down.
Thanks, Greg. Chris Nelson leads it off now in inning number 2. It's 1-0 Astros here with the roof closed because it is hot. It's open last night.
It's crazy hot. It was 95 again today.
Yeah. Think about it. I had an 8 o'clock soccer game and a 1 o'clock soccer game. I was hot.
You know, it wasn't bad early. 8 o'clock probably wasn't too bad.
That's a lot of running for you, Baggy.
Yeah, I know.
2 soccer games in 1 day.
Yeah, well, I need another career, so I'm trying to play soccer now. Trying to make what those guys in Europe make.
You used to play soccer.
I did. I'd rather watch my daughters do it than watch me blow out my Achilles.
Do you run up and down the soccer field alongside them, urging them on?
No. Well, I do urge them on, but
Coach is like Will Ferrell in that movie.
yeah, exactly.
Get in there!
Actually, I do say that. Actually, most of the dads do.
Let's go to Greg.
Here's an update on the big 200,000 race. As we look at it right now, the Astros are tied for second. Now, second is what you want in this thing. And that out actually put the Astros in the lead. You don't want to be in the lead. You want to be second. So we'll just try to keep you posted on this. It's like
I don't understand that, Greg.
Can it be important if we didn't know about it until today?
Actually,
it's like tomorrow's Christmas. Oh, okay.
They knew it was going to be today. In fact, they were hoping it would be on one of the Fox games, but it didn't happen.
No, there were postponements last night that ruined that plan. 1 ball, 1 strike to Wiggy.
Aren't we on Fox now?
No.
We're on
What are we, Channel 20?
Channel 20
tonight.
Oh, okay. You guys got to let me know this before I get here. I haven't seen you guys in like 3 weeks.
It's a whole different style of preparation for you if we're on Fox versus My 20, right?
Well, and
I
have no preparation, so yeah. I just show up, and you guys just take me through this, and I just make fun of Craig as much as I can. Yeah.
You're DVRing the wrong station at home, Baggy.
Oh yeah, I'm always DVRing me just to make sure.
I think you're going to get the Woodlands and the Tascasita playing football.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which should be a good game.
It could be. Oh, it's Rice and Baylor football. Tapped, and there's the third baseman Paredes cutting across, getting that into out number 2. For Jay Happ. Jay getting more grounders, hasn't he, JD, since he came back from that time in the minor leagues?
Well, I think I don't know. I'd have to look at the numbers to tell you the truth. To me, the most significant difference is all between the ears for Jay, and that's kind of what he has said. He said he didn't go down there and really make any drastic mechanical changes, but he's just trying to work quicker, have a more positive, aggressive mentality out there on the mound. Try to be more of the predator as opposed to the prey. Because I think hitters, I don't know, I think they sense that. If you're out there and you're taking a lot of time and you're nibbling, and I think they kind of feed off that.
How about that for you, Baggy? Did you feed off that?
Yeah, I think you do, but you also got to look at. I think he's not throwing as many balls over the middle of the plate, and that's going to get you ground balls and pop-ups and things like that. And when a pitcher doesn't get off the mound and takes the ball back real quick, and like Jimmy said, just goes right at you, it kind of speeds you up a little bit. You're not real in a rhythm. If the guy's out there and he's worried about, what pitch is going to be thrown, and I saw Josh Beckett do it the other night. Him and Veritek were not on the same page, which was surprising. Kept going. Then he threw the pitch maybe he didn't want to throw. The guy hit a home run, and next thing you know, the Red Sox lose 6-4 or whatever it was. But you gotta just have to attack the strike zone, and I think that's probably what Jay's trying to do now.
It's interesting because when you break down Jay, look at his numbers last year versus this year, and we all kind of thought, well, he pitched good last year, but that's out of play.
Yep.
His walk rate is actually better this year than last year. His strikeout rate is a little bit better this year than last year. The big difference statistically is just the batting average against him. He's giving him more hits this year.
Maybe that's because he's throwing the ball in the
more,
hitting zone a little bit more. That's a good pitch there.
Very good pitch for strike 3 call. Strikeout number 2 for Jay Happ. He's faced only 6 in 2 innings, and the Astros lead it 1-0. At Memorial Herman. We'll get back to that in a moment as Brett Wallace leads it off in the home second inning with the Astros up 1-0. Wally fouls it away, strike one. David Brandt is with the League City EMS and League City Volunteer Fire Department, critically injured in an accident in the hospital there, wearing his Astros cap. Big fan of Jeff Bagwell. So David, get well soon.
Wish him all the best. Speedy recovery.
High drive, right center field. Wallace unloads. They're getting up in the patio.
Wow.
It's in there.
Home run ball for dessert.
It's in there. Somewhere in there, he's got that kind of power.
You're right, JD.
And you watch him take BP and you see that bat speed. And I don't know much about hitting, but I think he can figure out mechanically what he needs to do. Wow.
Well, if you ever get around him, just check out his legs.
Yeah.
That's where your power comes from, your core and your legs.
What a bomb.
That must have felt good.
And that snapped an 0 for 28 for Brett Wallace.
That's a big fly there.
I don't get out anywhere in the United States.
1 ball, 1 strike. Very, very impressive swing of the bat.
That's Lance Berkman type stuff right there.
He'd gone 153 at bat since his last homer May 31st at Chicago off Carlos Zambrano. 448 footer. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I'm sure if Lance hit that, they would have given him like 598. That was exaggerated how far he hit balls.
Paredes takes that one, and Jimmy with a 293 average has a 2-2 count. Clint Barmas on deck. That's the 21st homer allowed by Hamill, and he gets a strikeout right after it. Number 1 of the night for Hamill. Hamill's 2-1 against Houston with a 1.25 ERA in 3 previous outings.
He loads on those big legs right there, gets his leg kick. Looks like it's almost a little higher than it used to be. He's certainly got the power, and that's like Jimmy said, once he figures out the mechanics of this thing, he can hit for a ton of power.
The longest home run by an Astro this year. The 4th longest by an Astro at Minute Maid Park.
Bet you Lance is number 1. Picking on him before he comes into town.
Give him Bish a break.
Yeah, just for this inning.
Ellis over to first. He gets Barmas 2 outs. Well, when Lance and the Cardinals come into town Monday night, they may still be in this thing. They're only 2 games out in the wild card right now. They won today, and Atlanta lost.
Is that right?
Yep.
How was that soccer game? I didn't realize.
Well, St. Louis won by a soccer score 2-1 on a wild pitch from Carlos Marmol in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Not my youngest one. Blake won 10-0 today.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah. So they just dominated.
Big score in soccer.
No mercy rule?
No, it was impressive.
Humberto Quintero with 2 homers, 25 runs batted in. That's with 2 outs. Jay Happ on deck.
Bryce was looking to go to extra innings. 2-2.
Wigginton with a slide out along the right field line.
What's Wiggy doing out there?
He'll play hard, won't he? No matter where you put him.
He's a baseball player is what he is. He loves to play baseball. Great teammate. Good player.
And, you know, some guys have their position and that's all they want to play, but send him out there.
He just wants to play baseball.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't care where you put him at.
Second base, that's fine. Third, first, outfield. Bouncer foul.
Contrast that with the story out of Chicago today where Alfonso Soriano was complaining about having to hit 7th this year, feeling like he was mistreated.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Well, he's shown a lot in the last 5 years that he should hit 3rd.
A lot of people would like to be.
I don't like dogging players, but come on.
That's hit pretty well to right field. Wiggy backing on it over toward the corner. He makes the running catch. Wallace with a long ball. This is number 5 of the year for Brett. It makes it 2-0 Houston.
Allison Footer with their social media night out there on the patio. Allison celebrating birthday number ? Eddie George, Kevin Millar, Jim Henson and the Muppets, or Arthur Guinness. Is it Arthur Guinness? I thought it was Alec Guinness.
No, it's Arthur Guinness. They just had a celebration in Ireland 2 days ago.
Okay.
Really?
It's the beer, not the actor.
So you know about these Irish things.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I'm Irish and because I've been watching the Solheim Cup.
Oh,
okay.
That birthday cake earlier today, delivered out there.
JD on hand for the festivities. And she got a sash to wear and a tiara, right?
Yeah. Yeah, somebody brought that down. Brownie and Wade and Dave Raymond and Zach Levine.
Yeah.
So I guess she's going to be tweeting about herself.
Wonderful.
Short hop play by Barmas, 1 out.
Happy birthday, Allison. Got to check which date is closer.
There's the sash and the tiara and the presentation, along with her social media group. And
Bud Norris is out there, too.
Bud was there. J.D. Martinez was there.
Flea market.
Wallace is out there.
Yeah. Wallace hit a ball out there. He didn't go himself, but he sent a message.
No, but we could see the shirt.
Oh, yeah.
He just wore a long-haired ponytail.
Well, it was nice of Mr. Wallace to send a missile out there if he couldn't make it in person.
Exactly.
235 for Ionetta, 13 homers, 50 runs batted in. They get pretty shocked out there, Baggy, when they're eating dessert and the ball lands on the plate.
That was a ball?
I'm telling you, Jay Happ leads the league in getting squeezed.
Looking at JD's computer right now, he's got, I didn't know he knew Spanish, but
he knows it.
That was the last guy on the birthday list.
He's looking him up. He always
Ramon Camposorio.
What did Ramon do?
He was a Spanish poet and philosopher.
He just made that up. He has no idea. He can't read it. No, I'm kidding.
He frequently does that, and he traps us into believing him every single night.
I know. He gets me every night when I'm at home. Both of you guys trap me into believing what you're saying.
Because
but I know better.
It's not true. Yeah. 2 walks now for Happ. Hamill comes up. Hamill, a 156 hitter with 1 homer.
156, better than average for a pitcher. So even though you expect a bunt, I gamble and let him swing away, do a little slug bunt or something like that.
Maybe not down 2-0.
Strike to Hamill. JD was talking about the big difference in the Rockies' run scoring, road versus home. And,
what was it?
It was a big difference.
Yeah, it's like it is always every year. They're last in the league on the road and best in the league at home.
Nothing new, is it? Quintero going to Altuve on the sacrifice. 2 outs. 2-4 play, and now it'll be Young.
That could be the shortest 2-4 play of all time. Between Q and Altuve.
You want to keep the throws down when Jose is covering.
Total height. Total height.
Yeah. They're trying to think of a tall second baseman, Baggy.
I'm not even making fun of Altuve as much as I'm making fun of Q too.
Nobody really comes to mind among tall second basemen.
That's okay, especially Biggio. But
Sandberg.
Sandberg was pretty tall, yeah.
Ronnie Oster.
No, I have one for you.
Okay.
J.K.
No. Played with Cleveland, then went to the Dodgers. Snyder.
Corey Snyder.
Yeah, Corey Snyder. Yeah.
They had him play second base there with the Dodgers.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
I love Altuve though. I think he's a heck of a player. I think he's going to be a good player for us. The kid is not scared. He's a baseball player too. I love Q too, but I always like making fun of both of them how short they are. Of course, I'm a giant.
Now,
5'11".
Q, he does this little piece in the ballpark where they interview him, and he says his nickname as a kid was the Cat.
Mm-hmm. Gato.
Yeah, and I never knew that. Did you guys ever call him the Cat in the clubhouse?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Wasn't there El Gato? Wasn't there Galarraga?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Big Cat.
I don't quite associate those two together.
Yeah, you don't think of Q as being cat-like.
Right. Well, see, he had to tell you what his nickname was. It's like Lance calling himself Big Puma. I mean, if you give yourself a nickname, you can't honor it.
No. Hit slowly, and here's Paredes.
Nice job in this place.
Yes, he does. And that's the third out in the top of the third inning. No hits for the Rockies through 3, 2-0 lead for Houston. Begins with Jay Happ. Jay has 1 homer, 4 runs batted in, and a 171 average. Ball goes foul, and it's strike 1 for Happ. The Astros have won 11 of their last 16 at home. And they've played better than 500 ball at home since the All-Star break. They're 12-12 overall in their last 24 games. No balls, 2 strikes. Schaefer and Altuve to follow Happ. Hamel breaks off the curve, and it's a 1-2 count.
Also on the wild card front, Red Sox continue to scuffle. They got thumped by the Yankees 9-1.
Ooh. Doubleheader tomorrow, too.
And, Tampa Bay and Toronto are tied 2-2 in the first.
Hook and bad. It rolls out to second. Mark Ellis takes it on to first.
How's that feel as a pitcher, Jimmy? Actually, you know what? I try to tell people this all the time. When you get jammed, it really doesn't hurt that bad. It's when it's off the end of the bat, I think it hurts worse.
That's when it rings, yeah.
Okay.
Now, if I was hitting and I was able to break my bat like that, I would have been proud. I would have felt like I'd accomplished something.
Yeah, but that ball actually went to the right side of the diamond. You've never hit one to the right side.
I don't think I really swung hard enough to break the bat. I would consider that like a real hitter thing to do.
Would you say of all the ground balls you hit, how many went to the right side of the infield? JD?
Oh, like almost none. One of the highlights of my hitting career was in spring training. I pulled one off of Ramon Martinez.
Oh, wow.
Pulled the ball to first base at Vero Beach. It was one of the highlights of my career.
Ramon Martinez? That means I was probably there.
Yeah.
Because I was a rookie. I'd made every trip.
Ellis takes care of it. 2 outs. He was a good pitcher.
Yeah, he was. A heck of a changeup.
Yeah.
Is that what you hit, JD, or did you pull it fast?
Well, it was probably a changeup.
He thought it was a fastball.
Yeah. In my world, I turned on his best gas.
Yeah. And somebody probably made a diving play on you over there.
That's the only time in Vero Beach that I never worried about getting hit in the dugout.
Oh, gosh. Remember those dugouts?
Ooh.
That was awful.
It's from me to you away.
Yeah. It's about 12 feet from the batter's box to the dugout.
It's fun when Kevin Brown was there pitching.
Yeah.
Right-handed hitter.
You were totally exposed. There was no railing.
There's no railing,
no
nothing. Yeah.
The race to 200,000.
Right now we're headed to 199,999.
No.
We're number 1 in speed. Got to slow down a little bit here. Got to be second, remember.
That means hitting is required.
Well, one thing that's good is some of the other teams, they're going to have to go 5 full because the visitors are leading.
What do we win if we get this anyway?
I don't know if we win. If Drayton's still down here, I'll see if he'll come over and tell me.
That bat, too.
Nelson with a low throw, and it's out number 3. This game is moving entirely too quickly. It's 2-0 Astros. Astros 50th fleece blanket, courtesy of AT&T. There's one of them. Come in handy on those cold winter nights that we're so used to around here.
Yeah.
Wrap your pipes with them.
There's strike 1 to Mark Ellis. He drew a walk in the first inning. For you guys, of course, Baggy, had so many late September games when you were in it.
Yep.
Totally different feel for these two clubs right now.
No, it is. And it really is a different feel. I read something in the paper the other day when Bronson Arroyo beat us, just saying how it felt like it was a spring training game. That being said, as a player, you have the duty to give everything you got to make it play like any other thing. I mean, we got fans in here. You're getting a paycheck. You got to play as hard as you can. You know, and the thing for us, and what you see with these kids over here with the Rockies, is this is their time to show something to the coaching staff, the front office. So it should be a big deal to them.
Mm-hmm. Now, in that '91 season, at the end, the Braves were clinching.
Yeah, I have to tell this story without using profanity, but I was sitting next to Casey Candell on the steps over there, and I mean, literally, when we first went in there in the beginning of '91, you could hear the lights buzzing because there was nobody in the stands. And then we came back and there was, I don't know, 55,000 people, and the actual stadium was actually shaking when they clinched. And I said to Casey, I said, "This is awesome." And he goes, "You, whatever." He goes, "This is what it's all about." And you know what? It is what it's all about. It's about winning. Mm-hmm. It's fun to win. It's exciting to have that opportunity to play in the playoffs and to, have something to play for is great. I mean, having a nice career, that's great, but to never get that opportunity it's a tough thing. I mean, just watch the celebrations you saw last night. You saw 3 celebrations last night. Does that look fun?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is. And 3 of us have all been a part of it where we've had some fun in the clubhouse, and it's just a wonderful feeling to be a part of that, because it's not about you. I don't care how good a year you had. It's about the 25 guys and the entire organization that have come together and won. It's just fun.
Mm-hmm. That Brave club went from worst to first.
Yes, they did.
High to right center field. Martinez going for it. Schaefer on the run. Schaefer's there for a nice running catch. They tracked it down for out number 1, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have made that move from last to first.
Yeah, what a great ride.
What a story that is, huh? Yeah. Gibby.
That kid from the Woodlands got the game-winning hit last night, Goldschmidt.
Yeah, I saw that.
They all went out and jumped in the swimming pool.
I saw that. That looked pretty fun.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Spikes and everything. It was pretty cool.
A tradition is born.
You bet.
Well, when you're young like that, that's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Craig and I would have waited at the wall and said, "Way to go, guys." It was like at the end of our careers, we weren't all jumping on each other. Let the young kids do that, and we'll just kind of hang out until we're done.
All 1 to Nelson.
That's a young team over there.
It really is.
They had a chance to be good for a while.
Yeah, just kind of wondering.
Pitching.
Yeah, about the, they've got top 2 pitchers can stack up with anybody, certainly. And Joe Saunders is a good number 3. So they might be a surprise team in the playoffs.
Well, I mean, you just don't know in the playoffs what's going to happen. You really don't. Best of 5 at the beginning, which I think is still ridiculous, but best of 5, and anybody can win that series. And then you never know. If somebody gets hot in a 7-game series, you just don't know.
People want to hand it to the Phillies already.
Yep, they do.
And it's understandable why they do, but yet Milwaukee actually has a better ERA since the All-Star break than the Phillies.
Well, I was talking to Phil Rosewitz, visiting clubhouse guy today. I was just asking about what kind of lefties they have, because if you can get Utley and Howard out, you got a chance late in the game. So, but they have Wolfe and they have Narveson. They might have a combo that can get some guys out.
Yeah, they didn't have any that were working out of the bullpen, but those guys will.
Right. One of them was going to move.
At least one of them will be in the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
And Atlanta's got, 2 guys that are not pitching anymore? Hansen and Jurgens?
Yes,
are still down.
I mean, those are their top dogs, I think, aren't they?
Very important guys.
Yeah.
Derek Lowe's really struggling. So they would be hard pressed.
They got beat 4-1 by Washington today. It was Brandon Beachy made the start. So they're starting. Hudson's been good. He was really good last night. They've got Lowe, and then they've had to patch it together with some of those kids, Minor and Peachy, Tehran, yeah.
It's a little bit different stage than once you get to the postseason.
Very much so.
But, you know, Huddy's, he's great. I mean, he's going to be solid no matter what. He's a bulldog.
Mm-hmm. You know, people thought for months that if the Yankees made the playoffs, their rotation wouldn't get them very far, but it's looking pretty good right now. The way Ivan Nova has come around. Matthews strong. There's a shot into left field. Nelson gets the first hit of the game.
So if you had 4 in the no-hitter pool, you're a winner.
Oh, really?
I happen to know somebody that had a
Do you?
4. Yeah.
2 men on, 1 out for Ty Wigginton now.
Double plays in order.
Now that Brownie's going to get a plaque, he got all number 4s. Craig, congratulations on that too, my friend.
Thank you, Peggy.
Yeah, I actually do watch the telecast.
You really do, don't you? You know, it's been great having you with us on Saturday nights again this year, and I've learned a lot from you two guys. I like it when you guys go back and forth, talk about the pitching and hitting aspects of the game. I think you guys enjoy exchanging thoughts with each other on the different aspects.
No, I love it. And I try to tell the fans, you guys are awesome. I mean, you guys do so much homework. I do nothing. I just come up here and talk about Craig, basically, and a little bit about the game. But you guys, I enjoy watching you at home, and I'm proud to be here. And thanks for letting me hang in with you guys.
It's always good to talk ball.
Pleasure's all ours. Foul tip there, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
And the guys in the booth too.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for all your help, for helping me out, because you guys know also that I have no idea what I'm doing.
They're very patient with us, Baggy.
And then Cuba's going to throw behind the runner with nobody at first base, which was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Brad didn't really throw to the bases.
He did every once in a while. Him and I had a signal.
Okay.
But then as he started to get older, and I did too, neither one of us could get our footwork fast enough to get to first base. So we had to blow that off. Back in 19 whatever it was, that was one thing. Once we got into the 2000s, it was over from there.
Way back last century.
It feels like.
3-2. What was the sign?
It depends.
Okay.
Every year was different. It'd be, you know, open glove, or it'd be something down my leg, or something with his leg, and he'd open his glove, or something like that.
Okay.
And he would throw a high fastball into a left-handed hitter, or a high fastball away to a right-handed hitter, make it easy for him to throw.
Ah.
But it had to be something obvious where somebody was getting real giddy.
Altuve underneath. Infield fly is called. 2 outs. We go to Greg Lucas.
This State and Astros history is brought to you by the MD Anderson Cancer Center, making cancer history. Yesterday was Jim Deshays in his 8 strikeouts in a row, and this was the next day. Actually, Nolan Ryan follows JD's 2-hitter with 6 innings of no-hit baseball and a 6-0 win against the Giants. That was a big stretch, those last 3 games in 1986.
Yeah, that was a combined 1-hitter by Nolan, who went 8, and he got relief help, and then the no-hitter by Scotty the next day. What a run. Jordan Pacheco struck out earlier. There's strike 1.
I think Nolan punched out 14 in 8 innings in that game.
Well, that was not what every club should be built on, but that was when you guys give you 1 run and say, go get them, boys.
Mm-hmm.
You guys had a heck of a pitching staff.
Scotty was amazing that year with the Cy Young Award. But yeah, it wasn't just the one guy. You don't get to the playoffs.
Everybody, yeah.
Good bullpen too, JD.
Very good bullpen. Bolstered by the addition of Larry Anderson. Smitty was the closer. Yeah.
That guy?
That guy again. There he is again. You know, that's what Dirker's line was. Anderson is the most valuable player in the history of the franchise. Give us 5 good years out of the pen, and then we got Baggy for him.
I could believe Dirk would say something.
They had to put Andy out there, and with you and Biz, they put a statue of him out there.
Andy had a great line too about that trade involving you, Baggy. He said, I go back to Houston now, and I'm beloved for bringing them Jeff Bagwell, and I go to Boston, and I need security.
He used to call me when I was struggling, saying, man, you need to pick it up. You're making me look bad.
You know, Andy that year had been released by the Phillies.
Right. Yep.
And
yeah, well, they were in town, and we brought him over, and he threw in our bullpen, and we signed him.
No kidding.
Yep. They just happened to be in town, and somebody said, "Why don't you come over and throw for us today?" And they signed him. Things worked out extremely well. He made some changes that year. Les Moss helped him, he said.
Yeah, threw nothing but sliders until he struck me out with a 3-2 fastball.
Liner to left center field. That'll scoot. That'll roll for a while, and that'll bring in 2 runners to tie this ball game. Schaefer gets it back in. Barmas with the relay to the plate, but not in time. And a 2-run double for Jordan Pacheco, giving him 11 runs batted in.
It was just a high fastball, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Over the middle of the plate. Maybe change-up, I'm not sure, but it was something
up in his eyes. And that's one of the tough things about pitching this time of year. There's a lot of these guys that you don't have much of a book on. You don't have any experience again. It goes both ways. The hitters might not know the pitchers very well.
Yeah, but young kids, they don't care.
Yeah.
You can run out Nolan Ryan out there. They don't care, the young kids.
They're not really thinking a whole lot. They're just swinging.
2-2 game, and it's Kuzminov batting. Of the playoff possibilities, Baggy, what teams do you like in the National League?
Well, like I said, anything can happen, but you can't. The Phillies pitching is so strong. It's just hard to. I mean, put it this way: if they're trying to figure out whether Roy Oswalt's going to be your 3rd starter, you're in pretty good shape. You know, and then some of the so-called analysts are like, no, he needs to go to the bullpen. Well, a guy with a bad back, you just can't. You're not going to throw him in the bullpen. He's going to get up, what, 1, 2, 3 times, or you're just going to give him up once. I mean, Roy does have a track record.
He does.
But anyway, if you're going to run out, you know, Halladay, Hamels, Oswalt, I like my chances. Oh, sorry, I forgot about him. So, I mean, there's not even an option right there.
Yeah, really, it's Roy is the 4th guy in.
It would be the 4th guy. I'm sorry.
With Vance Worley, and because the kid has pitched so well, there's some debate. But I think Charlie will, as long as Roy's healthy enough, I'll probably feel more comfortable putting the ball in his hands in a playoff start than the kid.
You know, and things could change. You know.
Paredes charging.
Easy.
Red play again.
Yeah.
As you remarked, he's very good at it. 2-run scoring on 2 hits and a man left. It's tied 2-2.
probably going to be the 1999 as things stand right now. It's still wide open.
All right, that's what we like to hear. J.D. Martinez, the batter, up and in, ball 1 to J.D. Get that long sac fly in the first inning.
So you were talking about his swing earlier, Baggy.
Yeah.
So you're talking about when he put the front foot gets low. That's the preload.
That's a preload. Yeah. You know, a lot of guys just pick their foot up as the pitcher's releasing the ball. He preloads it before the pitcher actually releases the ball. And his hands too. Watch his hands go back.
Yeah. Down to third. Kuzminov.
And it is. Do you have to be?
Watch his front foot.
Do you have to be a little stronger to do this?
And then you see these bat loads back. The pitch isn't even close to being released yet. No, I don't think you have to be stronger.
Now you did your deal. You brought your foot kind of up, almost put it on the same spot.
Yeah, it was the same place.
Back.
Yeah.
And what was your timing on that?
I have no idea. Yeah. It just happened.
It just happened.
Yes.
Some instinct.
I
kicked
have
in.
no idea what happened. Like I said, do as I say, don't do as I do. But, you know, to me, it's hard when you get up in the air and you start moving forward. It's hard to stay back. Well, it was hard to stay back for me. So I guess that was my whole deal. Is I try and stay back, 60-40 on my weight, 60 on my back leg, 40 on my front. If I got to 50-50 or 60-40 the other way, I was in a lot of trouble. Now there's some guys that hit on the front foot.
Right. But there's a lot of hitting coaches that are working with kids. Probably a lot of dads and stuff, because we all grew up.
Right.
I grew up playing youth leagues, and you got to step into the ball. So you're always stepping into it. And that's why I couldn't pull the ball, because I was on the front foot and the hands would drag.
Exactly. I mean, it's not your fault.
Yeah, it's bad instruction.
Exactly.
Carlos with a liner. Oh, knocked down. Kuzminov makes it a little more interesting than it should have been. 2 outs. Baggy, why didn't you pull J.D. aside and do some work with him?
Well, I mean, he'd been in the big leagues since like '62, and I just got there in '91.
The Coors Light Cold Hard Blast shows you a real blast. Longest of the year in this ballpark by an Astro from Brett Wallace.
He's not preloading. He's using a leg kick.
He uses a leg kick. And the big thing, though, is if he doesn't come down on his front leg, he stays back on his back leg. Not all the way back, but like I said, 60-40. I mean, I would never, ever compare myself to Albert Pujols, but watch him hit. He just kind of turns his foot in and stays right there and doesn't go anywhere.
Just kind of a subtle weight shift. And then...
No balls, 2 strikes.
They decided not to pitch him away.
They did throw to his strength that last time. Kind of a sinking fastball out away from him and down a little bit.
And Wally's going to have to make that adjustment. He's going to have to be able to hit the see. They're just setting in on him. Eventually, you have to make the adjustment to be able to hit that pitch, and then they start to go away. Or be like Lance and just foul him off every time, and then they get nervous, and then they throw a changeup away, and he hits it into somebody's soup out there too.
Because we do, as pitchers, we do sometimes overthink things. Sure. And you think, well, gee, I've gone in there 4 times in a row. I can't. He's going to be looking in there. And sometimes you have to realize that that's just a pitch certain hitters can't handle.
I used to laugh. Lance, he would foul off a ball on the inside, and immediately he would go and grab where the pitch was so the catcher couldn't see it. And it would be off his label. See, they're just setting up in. Yeah. So that gets you thinking in, so you throw the breaking ball.
Strikeout number 2 for Hamill, and it's tied 2-2 after 4. retro jerseys the Astros will be wearing on Friday nights at home next year. JD,
I
you
love
favorite.
that uni. Yeah,
Had a nice shooting star look.
Yeah. I'd go that jersey with the same design on the hat. Only go with the blue hat.
Right.
What was it like to wear that Colt 45 one? JD?
Well, you know, we took a certain amount of pride in that, Jeff.
The thing about that uniform,
Jeff.
thing about
Young man.
JD has told me down through the years, Baggy, about that uniform being so
hot.
tough to wear. Yeah, it was
It was
wool.
flannel. Oh, no, wool.
Yeah.
Right.
It was wool, and it was 98 degrees.
Right. Big mosquitoes.
Oh. One ball, one strike. That's why they played a lot shorter games in those days.
So George Costanza came around and introduced the polyester.
2 balls and 1 strike. Ionetta drew a walk in the 3rd inning. Jay Happ 1-0 lifetime against the Rockies. That was a complete game shutout in 09.
You know, Rockies catching situation is interesting because the kid that caught the last 2 nights is just 22 years of age, and you know, he's been in the minor leagues all year, but he's a pretty good looking prospect. But this kid's a pretty good player
solid.
too.
Yeah, he's
Ionetta,
solid.
yeah.
Good problem to have.
Yeah.
By the way, Jason Castro caught another 4 innings today in Florida. And he continues to come along pretty well.
Oh, so he caught in Florida?
Yeah, he's caught the last 2 days now, 3 innings and 4 innings. That's walk number 4. Now let's look at the Jeff Bagwell swing.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Leg up. Down. Dave Berber. Oh, man. I'd love to be that old again.
Big Jeff Juden.
Jeff Juden.
Yard.
I said, do as I say, don't do as I do. Jeff Juden.
Big fly in the Astrodome.
Yeah. Well, a long
Good
time
stuff.
ago.
Good stuff.
When I used to wear the mock turtleneck. That's how cool I was.
Hamill bunts it. Paredes throw to Altuve, and now they get over to third base.
Well, that's the shortstop's job. Barnes, he does a great job.
Just going to ask you about him because we were looking at him on that relay to the plate when they scored their.
Yeah, you called him he was scoring. That was close.
Yeah, called it too soon.
Yeah.
Because he made that play.
The early
close.
hammer. Yeah.
And just the way he glanced over his shoulder to see where that runner was, and then he had his body turned just right when he took the throw.
Right.
He is fundamentally sound.
Yeah,
isn't
he is. He's really, really good. It's been, you know, a pleasure to watch him play all year. By the way, did you guys see that relay from Cano about, I don't know, what is it, 2-3 weeks ago?
Did not.
No.
Oh my! It was the most amazing relay I've ever seen. He caught it in short, right center, perfectly on a 1-hop and threw like in the. I mean, it was amazing.
What a player.
Catcher got destroyed, but it was an amazing play. Best I've ever seen, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's just such a good all-around player now. On the tops offensively.
Yeah, he's in that MVP conversation every year now. He's kind of,
Well, we were talking earlier about postseason chances. What about MVP? We've been debating that in the American League. I kind of like Curtis Granderson for one, but what would your choice be?
Well, I mean, I think it's between Curtis Granderson and probably, I guess, Jacoby Ellsbury.
Yeah, he's solid.
I mean, how many stolen bases does he have? 50?
Yep, he does. Check.
Almost 30 homers. Plays a great center field.
Seven steals.
Still a lot.
Yep. Struck him out. Granderson leads in runs scored with 134. Nobody's close to him. And he leads in runs batted in with 119. And just plays.
Granderson does?
Yep. Plays a terrific
That's
center
pretty
field.
strong right there.
Sure is.
I'm still voting for Jose Bautista.
Well, you know, it's hard to go against you because you have the numbers to support you.
Miguel Cabrera. I mean, if you're looking for a guy on a playoff team, he's having a pretty big year too.
Yeah, but I'm looking at your little scoreboard right there. If I got 42 homers, I better have more than 101 RBIs.
Yeah, but you know, that's a lot of times that's a function of the lineup you're in too.
I agree.
And you know, he's walked 100. He's getting walked a lot. You know, and this is your game, man. So be careful now because you're. You know, they're pitching around them like they used to pitch around you.
I understand that, but I could, if I had 42, I could muster more than 101.
Well, those are Canadian RBIs. You got to consider the exchange.
Oh, that's the exchange rate. That's right.
Okay.
But they get a higher percentage of beer on the percentage there.
Good thing he's not playing in Europe.
Yeah.
2 balls and a strike.
Kobe can't say that. I think they just offered him $6.5 million
Oh, is that
to play
Oh,
right?
there.
I didn't know that.
In Italy.
How about Matt Kemp? Tied for the home run lead. Leading in runs batted in. 3 points behind the batting lead.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. I mean, you either give it to Ryan Braun or you give it to him.
Yeah, I think it's that. I think the field. I agree. The field in the National League has been, for me anyway, has been narrowed down to those two.
Braun hit another big homer last night.
Didn't show that he did, except that he took his bat in the air and
didn't see that.
Pointed at the owner.
Yeah, it was whatever.
Oh, okay. Well, they do like to celebrate in Milwaukee.
They do.
Farmas. It is. And in the 5th inning, no runs, no hits. Leadoff walk, no problem for Jay Happ. Keeps the game tied 2-2. With Hamill coming back to the rotation after having been in the bullpen for a while, he's making his 27th start. And he's retired 9 in a row since the tape measure home run by Brett Wallace in the 2nd inning. That's the only hit he's allowed in this game. J.D. Martinez got a sac fly for the Astros' first run in the 1st inning. Jimmy Perez.
You say he's shown the ability to bunt for a base hit. So obviously the scouting reports are getting around. Now they're trying to take that away from him. Third baseman Kuzminoff well in down there at third base. And even with 1 strike, looks like he's going to stay in.
One and 1 to Paredes. Two balls and a strike. You were talking about Lance Berkman. He really seemed to have a good knowledge of that strike zone on that inside fastball.
Well, he did, because he knew he can't hit it. So he had to know where it was.
And that's important to know what you can't hit.
And then if you do swing and foul it off or miss it, you do it with a certain amount of dramatic flair
to make it look like you're right on it.
Oh man, I can't go back in there.
Yeah. He was the best I've ever seen. I remember I told Sean Casey that one day. I was at first base, and I said, watch this. I said, he threw 3 fastballs in. I said, watch this. He's going to be afraid. He's going to throw him a changeup away. Changeup away. He laced it down the right field line. I went first to third. He looked back at me, and Casey looked across the diamond and went, just shook his head. He said, I told you.
Strikeout number 3. We go to Greg Lucas.
Oh, boys, this is going down. My palms are starting to get sweaty because actually 19999 is done. The White Sox. So whoever finishes next. And at this moment, the Astros are in the lead to be 200,000. Stay tuned.
Oh, boy, that's going to help our cause if that stays in play.
What do we get for that anyway?
I don't know, but this is one of these times where if you want to be 200,000, you need to make outs fast.
Yeah, I think. Why don't you go ahead? You're right there next to Q. Why don't you make that offer, proposal to him? Q, get up there and make an out on one pitch, and we'll get a plaque in the ballpark.
1 ball, 1 strike. We were talking about when Bob Watson scored the 1 millionth run. And now he barely made it, just ahead of Dave Concepcion. And he said he saw it on the scoreboard. They had the countdown on the scoreboard in San Francisco when he was on base, but then he forgot when Milt May hit a homer, and he was just jogging around, and guys in the Astros bullpen down the third base line started yelling at him to run. So he did, and he barely beat Concepcion for the 1 millionth run.
Now, did he get something for that?
Absolutely not.
No, nothing.
I think they sent his shoes to Cooperstown. Other than that, no.
I think probably that's about what you're right, Brownie. He got his shoes in Cooperstown. But if you have something in Cooperstown, it's not a bad deal.
No, not at all. Now, what do you have that's in Cooperstown?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, we'll have to go up there and look around then. Line shot to left field. Diving try by the left fielder, and he got it. Eric Young robbing Barmas. 11 straight outs for Hamill, thanks to Young.
It's not an easy play either. When you're diving straight forward, you don't have an angle. It's a tough play.
Very well done. Ball sometimes comes out on landing.
Has he been a outfielder his entire career?
He's played some infield too.
Second base, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, I know his dad did.
That's right.
Good call right there, Brownie.
History is made, perhaps.
I think we've got it, Greg.
We will have to get the official word from Mike Acosta, the authenticator. He's on the line with Major League Baseball. We'll find out.
He gets Mark Ellis in the first inning. Number 4 of the year for Q.
I think Ellis just didn't want to burn a timeout that early in the game. So he's saving it. saving it for the fourth quarter.
The authenticators are checking with Major League Baseball. See if this, in fact, is the historic 200,000th game in history. All the way, there is strike one to Dexter Fowler. Fowler's 0 for 2.
Mike Acosta in the black shirt and the Astro cap. He, of course, is the head authenticator. He's here every game, and he's on the computer. He's waiting for the official notification.
My ball goes to J.D. Martinez in right. He's been playing left field, but gets the call in right tonight, so Carlos Lee can go back out to left, and that opens it up for Brett Wallace at first base. They're not
played
acting.
in half of those games, didn't they?
Yeah. they're not acting like they're too thrilled yet, Greg.
Well, he's
got
to confirm this.
It's nerve-wracking.
I hope the balloons and the confetti is ready.
Nervously waiting the word.
Like the ball dropping on Times Square.
Yeah.
People gathered around. Ball 1-2 and Nelson singled and scored on the 2-run double by Pacheco in the fourth inning. He's 1 for 2.
You know what's going to happen? Somebody in Sabre is going to add them all up and find out 200,000. What are you talking about?
It's not 200,000.
It happened last year.
It's like all those projects they've had on Retro Sheet. Found out that Ty Cobb had a different number of hits than everybody thought he had for 100 years.
Didn't Hack Wilson have 191 RBIs as opposed to 190 or something like that?
I'd be so upset about that. If I only had 190 ribs.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Oh, we got a little caption on that.
Yes.
Nice.
We've got to keep our eye on them at all times.
He's going to the phone.
Surely they'll jump up in glee when they find out, won't they? Oh. Still 2-2.
Mike's dialing a phone right now as we speak.
Happ shooting for win number 7 of the year. Brett Myers is on a 4-game winning streak. Last night he picked up number 7 in Colorado 11-2.
That's 2-3 weeks. Starting pitching's been pretty darn good.
Yes. Last 27 games, JD, starters have a 2.94 ERA.
And last year the starting pitching in the second half of the season was very good, and that's why there was not that anybody thought this team was going to win the division this year, but I think expectations were a little bit higher than what obviously than what we've seen on the field this year, because the pitching in the second half was pretty darn good. So I think, well, you got some young players, got some question marks, but his pitching might be able to pitch well enough to keep the team in contention for a while. It just didn't materialize.
Well, if you're a starting pitcher and you have that pattern, you try to change anything over the winter?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's a pattern unless it's happened year after year after year. I mean, if it happens one year and not the next, or 2 years in a row, I don't know that it really says a whole lot about your approach or what you're doing on the mound. A lot of times it's just the level of the competition. Sometimes you're up against certain parts of your schedule, or against tougher teams on other parts of the schedule.
Yeah, but I've talked to enough pitchers that I remember, even with Rocket, and things are. I think it doesn't come the off season. I think it's more during the season. When you figure, I think pitchers sometimes think, I can't give up a run because I don't think we can score enough runs to win. And that's tough. That's a strong place.
Number 5 for Happ. That keeps it tied 2-2.
Automotive, treating you like family. By HP, everybody on. And by Jack in the Box. For a limited time, Jack's really big chicken sandwich combo is back for only $3.99 plus tax at participating restaurants.
Strike one to Jay Happ. 12 straight Astros have been retired by Jason Hamill. After the home run by Brett Wallace in the second, they made it 2-0 Houston. Now it's 2-2. Hamill hits the inside corner, and he's in front. No balls, 2 strikes. Happ grounded out the second earlier. Brad Litch took the loss for the Phillies today. 2-1, the Mets winning it. Cole Hamels giving up 1 run in 7 innings.
R.A. Dickey had a no-hitter into the 7th, 1 out in the 7th. Victorino broke it up. The Mets have never pitched a no-hitter in the history of the franchise.
Right. Never, huh?
Never. And boy, that's a franchise that's been known for some pitching. Some pitching, Ryan and Seaver, Matlack, Kuzman, Cone, Gooden.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hunter Pence sat that one out again. He's had some knee tendonitis. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Phillies have that luxury of resting people now.
They're killing Hunter, though. I promise you that.
Yeah. He's not the kind of guy who wants to be sitting there watching his teammates play. 2-hopper out to Ellis. 1 out. And Hamill is rolling through the Astros at this point.
2 hits and 1 hit?
Yeah.
Just
Crazy,
looked up
isn't
at that. Yeah.
Schaefer walked, stole a base, and scored on the sac fly as the Astros generated that run in the first inning without a hit, and then he grounded out in the third. Game 2 of that doubleheader in New York. The Mets lead the Phillies 5-3. They've played 3.
Just a little strike right there.
Yeah, dropped right into the top.
Yeah.
1-1 to count. Somebody wrote something about Schaefer and then Michael Bourne a few years ago. Maybe Schaefer could become that kind of a guy that Michael Bourne has become, because Michael really has raised his on-base average quite a bit the last 2-3 years. Well, that'd be great for the Astros if he can do that.
For sure.
He's a very good defensive player already. 3 balls and a strike.
Mike Bourne still hitting over 300?
He's right around 300. Yeah, it's 298 or so. He's done a really good job this year. And they love him defensively. Fowler back. That's one thing you can't like if you're Jordan Schaefer or Michael Bourne, hitting balls like that. 2 outs. Jose Altuve twice has grounded to shortstop. Rays lead the Blue Jays 3-2. They're in the top of the 5th inning at Tampa Bay. Bautista hit number 43. JD.
Sounds like an MVP candidate to me.
Yep.
Yeah, front runner.
Ben Zobrist hit one for the Rays, his 18th.
All 1 to
Turned
Altuve.
into a really good player.
Very good player.
Yeah. To a utility guy to an everyday guy. Just plays a lot of positions.
Yeah, every day somewhere, huh?
Well, a guy like that's so valuable because he just gives that manager the feeling that he's got it covered if somebody goes down somewhere.
Right.
Two balls and a strike.
Well, that's going to be interesting. Next year, the fans are going to be asked to vote for all-decade teams as we celebrate 50 years of Major League Baseball here in Houston. And ultimately, they'll put together a 25-man roster. And I don't know all the particulars yet, but it'd be interesting to, are they going to be utility guys or will this be backups at each position? So in other words, if Craig's the second baseman, does Billy Doran become the backup second baseman, or are they going to look to vote and put true utility guys on that club?
Right.
That would be interesting.
Very much so. Because those guys, the Denny Wallings of the world have been
Well, I was thinking of Spires.
That comes to mind for me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the real definition. Martinez with a sac fly, then grounded out to third. Billy could do so many things well. Could hit just about anywhere in the lineup. Solid glove man. Just really knew how to play the game. You hear from him at all, Baggy?
Every once in a while, I talk to my neighbor. The reason we call each other neighbors is because we used to be locker mates. So he was my neighbor.
Sure.
Great guy. Great family.
I think he's coaching his kids, isn't he?
Yeah, he was coaching
Rolling base by Altuve.
high school basketball, and then he was coaching high school football also.
7 steals for Altuve.
And I don't know how you say this. Farming cotton, raising cotton?
Not sure.
I think raising cotton's probably the right way.
So he's a cotton picker now?
Didn't he play football? Was he a punter or something for Clemson?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's probably going to all those Clemson games.
Clemson played tonight, didn't they? Or today?
Not sure.
Yeah. Probably not the smartest comment I've made tonight, since everybody plays generally.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Saturday. No, that's Friday, Thursday and Friday games.
Aggies lost a tough one.
Yep.
I was giving Brett Dolan a hard time because Iowa won over a very small school. Can't even remember who it was now. But it's that time of year, Baggy, when
Yes, I understand.
mismatches before conference play begins.
Unless you're LSU or
Yeah. 1 and 2.
who's that? Who won the game?
Almost hate to check in on that Missouri-Oklahoma game, Baggy.
Oh, that's right, Brownie. Brownie made the bold call, called a win for Mizzou.
That may not be going well.
Hey, you're up 7-0, pal. Very early.
Let's stay on it.
We have a developing story.
That's at Norman, too. They're big favorites. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, I'll make everybody mad here on the air. Not
Okay.
that's listening. I mean, Texas and Oklahoma, they don't play anybody unless they play each other. A&M is good now.
Yeah.
Get in the SEC. take A&M in the SEC. See how that goes.
That's what we like about you, Baggy. You have opinions.
I have a little bit. Probably not of them all intelligent.
We're not here as window dressing.
No. I just like to make fun of all my friends that went to Texas and A&M. It's nothing personal, I promise.
There's a rather cult-like obsession from folks.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
the Aggies,
unbelievable.
a tough one, 30-29.
I come from Connecticut, and when I came down here and I watched how the obsession with burnt orange cars and maroon cars, because you went to 2 different schools, was crazy. But I get it now. I understand. Even my daughter wants to go to Texas now.
Well, do they do the blue and white thing in Connecticut?
She's 10. Oh. God, no.
When my kids were in grade school, they thought that those were the only 2 colleges in the world.
Well, I only thought that there was the Red Sox and the Yankees, and I ended up spending 15 years here.
Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, Freddie Garcia won his 12th today as the Yankees beat the Red Sox 9-1, beating John Lester. That's crazy. Lester's a really good pitcher, but seems like he's fallen upon hard times. John Lackey really in the soup with an ERA well over 6.
Still?
Yeah. Highest ever by a Red Sox pitcher.
And he's got a winning.
Yeah, he's got a winning record. That's true. Fly ball to right.
That's why you got to be careful to be in the American League.
Out number 3 ends the 6th inning with the score still tied 2-2. 12:30 for Astros Live tomorrow. Jay Happ has thrown 107 pitches. Here's Jordan Pacheco. He has one of only 2 hits off Jay, and he fouls it for strike 1. That was a 2-run double that tied it in the 4th. Earlier he struck out looking. Well, Jay Mike, very good professional. Just too bad that he's injured and will not be able to finish out the season with the Astros. Sure have enjoyed having him on the club. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yes, sir.
That time of year when guys are injured are home.
Did he go home?
Yeah,
I didn't see him today.
1 and 2. And that's the thing, as you guys have experienced so many times. You know, you make these friends, and then at the end of the season, you may not see that guy again.
Yeah, but you know, that's what this game is beautiful for. It brings you together with people, and you become friends. And in this day and age, obviously, you have cell phones, and you can text and all that. You can remain friends.
Yeah.
It's like Billy Spires. Just because he lives in South Carolina doesn't mean that I'm never going to see him or talk to him again.
Well, you know, a lot of the guys will be coming back next year for these reunions.
Yeah.
Of course, the old adage in the clubhouse is at the end of the year, it's like, hey, now I get to pick my own friends.
That's exactly
hang out
right.
with you dogs.
Schaefer's coming for it. So is Lee. Lee handles it, 1 out.
That is the attitude. Right? I am so tired of you.
Yeah.
Thank God I got to hang out with. Now I can hang out with people I like.
Well, Lee and Schaefer talking. It's been a while since Carlos has been out in left field.
And he's not happy about it, I promise. He doesn't like running out that far. I had an old friend, number 17, that used to hate that. Could not wait for me to get out of Houston so he could play first base.
That's right. Kuzmanov with ball 1. Kuzmanov has grounded out twice to the left side.
Crushing Russian.
What do you think about a nickname like that? How would you like to carry that around?
If I was hitting 324 with 324 instead of 224, I'd love it. Got to start crushing.
Yeah, tough to live up to that, isn't it? 2 balls and a strike. We were talking the other night, Baggy, about Adam Dunn.
Yeah.
What a roughie.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I haven't even tracked what he did. Has he done anything in the second half?
No.
He's still hitting $160 something.
No kidding.
Yeah. It's just hard to explain something like that. Wallace comes over.
Let's help the first baseman out, please.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Never even looked at him.
2 and 2.
It's almost like you expect to find out after the season that Adam had some kind of vision problem or something funky going on.
Well, he's got to come up with something.
Really?
You just make up something. Tell some doctor to say he had a vision problem.
He's such a stand-up guy, though. He won't blame it on anything.
No. But 160, yeah, you got to blame it on something.
Something's got to be wrong. Line drive to right field. And a hit for Kuzmanov. Crush that one.
Yeah.
Hit number 3. Ionetta's next.
Inside out.
Yeah, not a bad pitch. Good swing of the bat there. Let's see if I can find pull up Adams' numbers.
They're not good.
The real perplexing thing, he's only 31. So it would be one thing if he was 38 and it's the end of the line for the big guy.
Sure.
61. Power numbers are way down.
What's his slugging percentage, JD?
Not easy to hit 161.
285.
Yeah.
285 slugging.
Is there any walks? And he usually walks a lot too.
He walked 71 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
A bunch of strikeouts, I'd imagine.
Oh, a ton of strikeouts.
Of course, you know, and they cut his playing time. So,
Have they?
Yeah. He ended up playing 118 games, 404 at bats.
I believe that he'll have the lowest batting average for anybody with 400 at bats.
I would guarantee that. Could be wrong.
Matt Belisle's warming up.
Oh, he started to spin too.
Yep. 1-2. Throw is a little off from Quintero.
He's kind of got that Darth Vader mask, huh?
Yeah.
Nothing on it.
Stealth mask.
Yeah. Hard to be stealth when you've already thrown somebody out over there.
We think maybe he drives home in it.
He might.
It's 2-2.
Here's a good visual. You pull up to a stoplight and look over to your right, and you see a guy sitting there with this, wearing his catcher's gear with his mask on.
Barely seeing over the steering wheel.
Exactly.
Well, there's some stories about the Rocket dashing out of here in his uniform from time to time.
Those are true stories.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
Popped up.
It's beautiful.
Wallace on a foul ball.
He'd take off in his uni, and then next thing you know, he's sitting next to you. What are you doing? He just comes through the walls. Talk about stealth.
Yeah, he was like Colonel Flagg on MASH. All of a sudden, he'd just be gone.
He's special. He really is.
Jason Hamill has 2 sacrifice bunts in this game.
He could pitch, though. Man.
He just really seemed to have it thought out, Baggy.
Huh. Brad Austin was telling me he's never seen anybody his entire life that had more knowledge of his own mechanics than him. Of course, I can't imagine Brad ever said that somebody actually had more knowledge than he did.
That was the given part of it. Myself, accepted.
Besides
other than me
being the smartest guy on the planet, Rocket knew what he was talking about.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
We've got Bish, we've got Berkman, we've got Osmus.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Well, you guys are coming up in the 7th, and usually you guys start to get a little wacky around the 7th inning.
Oh, yeah. We get very wacky about the 7th inning.
Pretty soon you're going to be throwing Tony Eusebio under the bus.
That's not going to happen. Guy with one of the greatest hitting streaks in the history of baseball.
He wouldn't fit underneath the bus.
Altuve gets Hamill. It's no runs a hit and a man left. It's tied 2-2.
Have been checking on. It is in the lead, but they're double checking White Sox-Kansas City game. Now, we had that game finishing first, which would have made it 199,999. They want to be sure, and once they're sure, Mike will give us the word, and we'll ring the bells, and it will be historic here tonight. But we have to wait.
The drama continues.
Yes, it does.
Bottom of the 7th inning, and it's Carlos Lee batting. He is 0 for 2. Fly ball to center, a ground ball to third from El Caballo.
Well pitched ball game. Just 4 runs on the board, 2 apiece, 5 hits total, 3 for the Rockies. The Astros with just a couple of knocks, the big home run by Wallace, and a single from Altuve. So here we go. Managers tend to take over the ball game at this stage.
What do they say, Baggy? You guys can have the first 6 innings. The rest of the game is mine.
Yeah, unless they're going to grab a bat and go up and hit or go out and throw strikes. But you can make a few moves, maybe. So somebody's got to hit it and somebody's got to pitch it.
87 pitches so far for Hamill. Happ at 125 for his 7 innings. So he's probably done.
David Carpenter's warming up.
Yeah, that's going to be it for 125 pitches.
Yeah, nice. Push one across here, give him a chance to get a win. Yeah.
It would. Just kind of validates a lot of things that have been happening for him.
But yeah, no matter whether he wins or not, he can feel very good. This is it. This is his last start of the year, and he can go into the offseason feeling very good about the way he finished his season.
Yeah, I agree.
28 starts this year for Jay Happ.
Broke obviously knew he was going to be on TV, so he went over and sat next to him.
Smart guy.
Low tap. Carlos smells a hit. Barehanded. Kuzminoff does not get him. Infield hit for Carlos Lee.
It's amazing how much faster you run when you think you're going to get a hit. I'm guilty of that too.
Yeah, well, it's human nature.
Yeah. As I say, I can smell a hit.
Right. But, you know, you get, what, 600 at-bats in a season. And if you hit a 2-hopper to second, you're thinking, I don't want a groin strain on this.
Exactly, but if you think you might get a knock.
Yeah, it's worth it. We're going out that
Exactly.
3 hits for the Astros now. Leadoff man reaching for Brett Wallace, who ripped a homer in the 2nd, then he struck out in the 4th.
Don't hit one in the gap. He's not going to score now. He's tired. Actually, go ahead and hit one in the gap and see what happens.
Oh, that'd be more fun.
Okay, breaking news. We will go down to let you know something.
Really?
Yes. Something that never is done except for, and I can't go as far as I need to because I'm wired. Mike Acosta is going to come over next to me because Jay Lucas has sent the word down that we can ring the bells. Ring the bell because 200,000th game is played here tonight. 200,000th game in Major League history. Jay Lucas sent the word down into the press box, and you've been following it closely, and it's authentic now because the authenticator has rung the bell.
Once Mike rings the bell, then
that's it. It's official.
What does that mean exactly?
I don't know. We don't know
been
yet.
Playing for a long time.
It started in 1876. They actually started with the first National League game, and somebody counted them. And
all right,
that wasn't really easy in the early days because they didn't always play full schedules.
Wallace with a broken bat hits it in the seats. So what will be saved from this game to commemorate it?
Golly, probably everything. That's a good point. You're going to save about everything, aren't you? You're going to save about everything.
Lineup cards, bats, balls.
Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, you're going to save a lot.
Something from the winning pitcher.
Authenticators will be really busy. They may be here overtime tonight.
What about those games that used to be rained out?
Yeah.
They went after 5. Remember, didn't they used to be like that?
Yeah, there were some tie games that were replayed.
But some even weren't replayed.
That's true.
But if they went 5 innings, they were official, so. They counted.
Well, stats didn't count though, right?
Right.
Well, if the game was totally lost, no.
I was in the lights for Kuzminov, but he caught it, 1 out.
I'm just trying to be a pain.
I was going to say, don't confuse people because they may start counting again.
Yeah. You know, when you've got a record like this, you hate to give it up.
No,
Yeah,
you don't
it's
want to
true.
give it up.
It's true.
No. We'd hate to find out in 2049 that this wasn't the record.
And don't forget, this telecast will probably now be submitted for an Emmy.
Yes.
So you'll all have a chance to get an Emmy because everyone was on the air.
Including all the people I made fun of.
Yeah. They'll all, so
Jimmy Paredes has struck out twice in this historic ball game. There's ball 1. What have you thought of Jimmy so far, Dougie?
Well, actually, I think he's done very well. I mean, to come up, you know, in a quick fashion like he has. I mean, hit 290 right now. I think he's done a nice job, and it seems like he plays a pretty good third base too. Plays third base very well. I don't know what the proper English is.
That's it.
I'm not the smartest guy in the world.
Well, you're pretty smart.
Yeah, for the guy in the middle here, that's it. No, he's done a nice job. He really has. But you know, it's good. It's good to watch. And you know, he's got 100. It's going to be his 160th at bat. Give him a chance for the coaching staff and the front office to give him a chance to see him play.
Bouncer, backhand. Whoa! There's the out at first. Now Carlos is caught in a rundown. And how about that?
All right, made him work for it anyway.
Jordan Pacheco with a 3 unassisted double play. No runs a hit, nobody left. After 7, it's tied 2-2.
For your continued support. Great prize will be given away every half inning to lucky fans in attendance. Prizes include gifts from Bubbles Car Wash, Chick-fil-A, Coca-Cola, HEB, Just Tex, United, Wood Forest Golf Club, and more. Visit Astros.com for tickets and be out here for the afternoon game tomorrow at Minute Maid Park.
Thank you, Greg. And then only 3 more games remain after that, with the St. Louis Cardinals starting that series here Monday night. David Carpenter comes in with his score tied 2-2. Jay Happ in 7 fine innings, allowing 3 hits, 2 runs, walking 4, fanning 5. Carpenter's 1-3. His ERA's 3.38. JD.
And David Carpenter's story very similar to that of Paredes and a lot of these other young guys. He's been around long enough now where they've been able to get some pretty good looks at him, have a pretty good idea of what he brings to the table. This is his 33rd appearance. And for the most part, David has been very good. Throws hard.
Somebody's running on the warning track.
Carlos is so tired from running down to first base, we had to get another outfielder out there.
He asked the ball boy to take a lap just to buy him some extra time.
Now we're ready to go.
So go pretend you're picking up some debris on the warning track.
Somebody throw a what they used to throw in Dodger Stadium, those beach balls.
Oh, yeah.
Young takes ball one. He is 0 for 3 tonight. Very good job by Happ, and now it's up to the bullpen. And Carpenter's been coming into a lot of spots like this the last month or two. Worked a scoreless inning Wednesday at Cincinnati. Got his first major league win Monday night at Cincinnati in relief. 2-0. But his West Virginia Mountaineers are trailing in college football.
LSU, right?
Yeah, we're driving now. I think I know.
Goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. Keep this guy off base.
They did that. We go to Greg Lucas.
Let's take a look at a quick game summary. As you can see on the scoreboard, it's 2-2. How did it start? Well, it started with a sacrifice fly by Martinez in the first. Then scared Schaefer. And a big bomb by Wallace. 448 feet, fifth longest ever hit by an Astro in this ballpark. Then a two-run shot by Paredes. That's a double, tying the score at 2. Here we saw some great pitching in between. Hamill, he's been going strong. And Hack was very, very strong for 7. He threw 126 pitches. And now we bring you back to where we are, tied at 2, and back to the guys upstairs.
Identical line scores, 2-3 and 0 for these two teams.
Yeah.
Mark Ellis has 2 walks and a ground out. Fouls that one for strike 1. Carpenter throwing 93 on the fastball.
It's the most pitches one of our guys has thrown this year, right now.
No.
It'll be in that neighborhood.
It's got to be close,
yeah.
Isn't it?
And ball, 1 strike to Ellis with Fowler on deck. Chin-Min Wong was the winner for Washington, beating Atlanta 4-1.
Well, he's come all the way back.
Yeah, and apparently they're pretty excited about him for next year now.
He win like 20 games 2 years in a row.
He won a bunch.
The Yankees.
Yeah, a big winner for the Yankees, and he blew out here in an interleague game. That was kind of the beginning of the downfall.
Is that right?
Blew out his ankle running the bases.
He was scoring from second on a hit to the outfield. Not even.
Yeah, I think a couple of years they've got a chance to be really good.
The right field line foul.
What do you like about him, Jimmy?
Well, I like
Steven Strasburg.
Strasburg and the Zimmerman, the other Jordan Zimmerman, the
right.
young pitcher.
He's got Tommy John too, right?
Yeah. Morris has turned into a
pretty solid player.
Yeah.
A lot of power, big dude.
They'll get LaRoche back next year.
Catcher.
Yeah.
It's catcher's name.
Ramos.
Wilson Ramos. Looks like a pretty good player. Zimmerman down at third, of course. And, of course, a lot depends on this Bryce Harper, how quickly he comes and how quickly he figures it out.
What's he playing?
Outfield.
Right?
Out right, I think.
Center? I got 3 choices.
One of those.
One of those. I don't think it's center, though.
No.
I think the plan is right field, and that's why they've been talking about Worth in center.
They say he has a really, really good arm, doesn't he?
Yeah,
I mean, catcher?
It's supposed to be tools. Are supposed to be it's off the charts.
Yeah. Fowler the batter now. He's 0 for 3. Whoops. Fowler, yeah, not a good swing.
Been there, done that, buddy. Most important thing on those swings is to make sure you don't put the ball in play. Give yourself another chance.
It's sure not going to go anywhere.
Nope. That's the key to good hitting. Bad swings, you don't put the ball in play.
Miss big.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't get cheated. on your swings.
Yeah, that's why I ended up striking out 110 times a year. I didn't try to get cheated. I just wasn't that good.
You had to get the bat started to hit for power.
Yeah. No. Whoa.
1-2.
That's one thing I wish I could take back is all those strikeouts. You know, I struck out 1,500 times. That's 3 years of striking out.
But think of how many homers you hit with 2 strikes in the count.
1, 2, maybe.
Inside ball 2.
He's got a good arm.
He
really
does have a
does.
good arm. Yep.
Yeah, and I like his demeanor out there too.
Yeah,
he looks very comfortable.
He does.
He could be one of the really good discoveries of this year.
That's a good pitch.
Struck him out, and he had a 1-2-3 8th inning to keep the game tied 2-2. We just got a stat on you, Jeff Bagwell. 145 of your home runs came with 2 strikes.
Really?
In the count. 145.
I didn't think I was that good.
So that's surprising even you.
Yeah.
So maybe you did have the right approach.
How many times did I strike out?
Well,
after I had 2 strikes.
We're not sure
Pretty
about
much
that. 1,558.
Yeah, pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
You hit 36 home runs on 0-2 counts.
Well, the one I would like to look up, and I don't know if it's possible, is how many times 0-2 became 3-2.
Right, a bunch.
And all the time.
Exactly. Matt Belisle's first pitch is fouled by Clint.
That's because I wasn't good enough to put it in play. I just kept tipping it until they actually walked me.
But think of how many pitches you made guys throw.
Yeah, well, enough about me.
Okay.
You've already made fun of me too, so that counts.
Get you off the hook.
It gets me off the hook.
Hamill threw a lot of pitches in this 7 innings, but effective. 3 hits, 2 runs, fly ball to right center field.
Did Belisle was 10-4?
10-4.
Yeah.
That's not really a good stat, though, really, for a reliever. Well, I guess it kind of could be.
Yeah, you always have to be wary, though.
I think he has a 3-something ERA. I think it said on the board.
Yeah. 3.34, 10-4.
Has he been with them that entire year?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's not that bad, really, in that ballpark.
No.
70,
Last year,
76.
Last year, Baggy, he had a 2.93 ERA for Colorado, and he was 7-5. So he's done really well for them.
Yeah.
Strike to Quintero. Q is 0 for 2 in this game.
So he was up in the road in Austin. Matt Belisle.
Does he?
31 years old. Rolled over the right side. Ellis flipping for out number 2. Jay Happ's 125 pitches we think is the high for an Astro this year. You guys are on that. Now Bogusevic pinch hitting for David Carpenter. David had a very quick, effective 8th inning with 2 strikeouts. No hits, no runs.
Nothing wrong with a solo home run right here.
I don't think so.
Ryan Gunnar, 1 out of 2 in his career off Belisle with a double.
6-1 at home with a 2.84 ERA.
Wow, pretty impressive. When did he leave Cincinnati?
Well, let's see. He was traded to Cincinnati in 03. He left there after 08.
Is that right? I remember facing him.
Yep. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bogusevic, as a pinch hitter, is 9 for 31 with a homer, 5 runs batted in.
A little bit of an impression lately too, hasn't he?
He sure has. You know, he's got to be thought of very strongly as the right fielder for next year, at least the platoon right fielder, based on what he's done.
Especially the more at bats he's gotten, I think he's really improved.
And he's athletic. He gets to a lot of balls in right field. Has a heck of an arm.
He can run. Well, he better have a good arm. They made him a pitcher.
Yeah, you're right. 2 and 2.
Swing, run.
He and Rick Ankiel are really standout throwers in the outfield, former pitchers. But it always comes down to hitting, doesn't it, for an outfielder?
Yeah. An outfielder in the corners.
Ellis to his right.
Oh, that was quick.
Very quick. And now quickly we move to the 9th. Still tied 2-2.
.com @bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @bat to 31826 or visit Astros.com for details. Brownie?
Thanks, Greg. Mark Melanson comes out for the 9th inning with this game tied 2-2. Each club with 3 hits, no errors. And the Astros have the top 3 in their lineup due up in the bottom of the 9th. They go with a closer with a 7-4 record, 20 saves in 25 opportunities, and a 2.90 ERA. He's been sizzling recently.
Yeah, he sure has. He's not just the fact that he's pitching scoreless innings, but the way in which he's doing it, really throwing the ball well. A fastball cutter and real good curveball, all working nicely for Mark in recent outings. It was interesting in the paper today, the story where he talked about wanting to continue to pitch, to throw through the month of October with the idea of training his body to be ready for postseason play down the road.
He's a worker. He stayed in Houston for about a month after the season last year to work on the cut fastball.
Yeah, and as opposed to starting early after taking time off, continue to work while you're kind of still in season mode. Makes sense for a pitcher.
It really does. Chris Nelson's 1 for 3. Takes the curve, and Mark, you talked in that article you're referring to, JD, about maybe sticking around for about a month and throwing and working on a changeup. His last 9 appearances, he's given up 1 hit and 27 at bats.
Dedication to the craft right there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I was taking it to the house last day of the season, man. It was like,
Me too. My stress was unbelievable. Big hook there.
Yep.
Nice pitch for him. Might see it again here on 0-2. He got save number 20 Thursday night of the 9-6 Astros win here.
It had to be his Taylor, though.
Yeah.
How long those arms are?
Long arms.
Wow. Rudy Fastari would have a tough time with that. Jose.
26,209 the paid attendance on this Saturday night. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Mark.
he's probably a good rebounder.
Yeah. You ever get to a point, though, Jimmy, where if you're, I mean, I don't know, a closer, you got too many pitches, or is that a fallacy?
I guess there's a chance that it could be an issue.
Or just to put something in the back of a hitter's mind, maybe?
Got him looking at the hook.
I know, as I watch him pitch and contemplate, like he's talking about refining his changeup, and I said, well, if he adds that, heck, stretch him out and make him a starter. I mean, he's got all those weapons.
Good point.
Yeah, it's actually true. You're right.
Mariano Rivera's done pretty well with 1 pitch.
Yeah. He's done okay.
Ty Wigginton's 0 for 3. Ball 1.
I kind of, you know, even with Trevor, I wish Trevor could have done that whole thing. You know, I know he started with Florida, but it would have been nice to have him do that in San Diego.
It would have.
Kind of like Mariano, you know, has done his whole thing in New York. I think it's pretty cool.
Well, it means so much to the fans. As you and Bidge know, with people following your entire career at the major league level. It's just so rare these days, though.
Yeah, it comes down to finances, really.
That's why it's going to be really intriguing to see what happens with Albert Pujols. Will he leave St. Louis, or will they make a deal?
Well, yeah. Well, and, you know, I've always said this, that, you know, loyalty doesn't just come from the player; it comes from the organization. Both of everybody has to kind of be on the same page, and it's tough to do that. You know, you have agents involved, and I look at the other guy across the field. What's he making? And, you know, it's tough. This day and age, with the amount of money that's out there, it's tough.
3-1.
I owe Drayton McClain and Houston Astros a ton for that. They've been fair to me and were very, very loyal to me. Same with Craig.
It was very important to Drayton for Craig to get number 3,000 in an Astro uniform.
Exactly right.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Well, you had the Cal Ripkins in Baltimore and the Al Kalines in Detroit and all that, but you know, Al was a different era. With the free agency era, Great,
different,
make that commitment. Johnny Bench stayed with Cincinnati. He could have found a job somewhere else. Todd Helton with Colorado his whole career.
Yep.
Foul tip, strikeout, 2 outs.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't even imagine seeing Albert in a different uniform.
No.
Yeah, when you take an icon like that, and maybe the greatest example was when Tom Seaver was traded away from the Mets. He kind of defined the Mets back then.
He truly did. But he wanted out in the worst way.
Tom terrific.
Jordan Pacheco with his 2-run double in the fourth has accounted for both of the Rockies' runs.
Didn't Seaver want out because his contract demands, his negotiations were leaked to the press and made public, and he kind of got embarrassed by Dick Young was the columnist who kind of took him to task in the papers, and
that's true.
And that kind of pushed him over the edge.
They sure did. Broken bat roller. Thomas.
Little W right here.
All right, bottom of the ninth coming. It's tied 2-2. $100,000th game in Major League Baseball history. Now who's going to win it? Bottom of the ninth inning, and the Astros will hit against Rex Brothers, a lefty reliever who's had a good year for the Rockies. And it'll be Schaefer, Altuve, and Martinez due up. Brothers, 23 years old. He's from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. He's 1-2 with a 3.03 ERA.
He kind of Billy Wagner-like, hard throwing lefty. Look at the strikeout numbers: 55 strikeouts and 38 2/3.
Batting average against him in his last 17 outings is 125. He was drafted in 2009. He was listed as the number 8 prospect in the Rockies organization by Baseball America beginning this season. Now Schaefer and Ariel Del Rosario warming up for Houston. Brothers pitched once against the Astros in Colorado and pitched a scoreless inning and got a save. That was his first major league save. In the air, and it goes to shallow left field with Young coming over. One out. Greg?
You know, we're going down the line in our top 10 all-time games this season, and we have an opportunity to maybe bump one of them that's already lined up, because Astros have won 8 times with walk-off hits at home.
All right.
Winning this one is going to be 9.
I like it.
Altuve will try to get on here, as he has done once in the 6th inning with a single, 1 for 3, stole a base. Martinez on deck. Carlos Lee could bat in the inning.
If they can catch up to that heater.
Showing bunt. They strike 1.
Rockies trying to play no doubles. At least in the infield.
Sure are. Back and it's 0-2.
He's got a heck of an arm, huh?
Yeah. 96 on that one.
Yeah.
He had 12 straight scoreless outings.
That's why you don't see a right-hander in the bullpen right now.
For sure. Still no balls, 2 strikes. Jose Altuve received that award for the minor league player of the year before the game. Now
that's when you know you're young, when you foul the ball in the dirt and you hand it back to the catcher. Throw that ball away.
in the air and foul again.
Brothers has the jump on Jose. You see him pregame receiving his award as the minor league player of the year. Certainly well deserved.
Well, he hit 380 something.
You go from A ball to the big leagues in the same season.
You're going to do okay with that award.
Brothers, certainly with that fastball is capable of beating Altuve or any hitter in the strike zone here 0-2. But I think if he throws him a strike, it's a mistake.
He struck him out for out number 2.
It's pretty nasty there.
Yeah, after that high fastball, he had him set up for that breaking ball down and in.
Similar in stature to Wags, too. Strong legs.
2 outs, and it's Martinez. He's 0 for 2 with a sac fly.
What do they list him at height-wise, Browning? Got it there?
6 feet.
Oh, okay. What was Wags, about 5'10"?
Yeah.
So he's probably 5'10" too.
Yeah.
I was 6 feet until I turned 30, and I said, enough with this. I'm 5'11".
Arizona got 6 in the first and leads the Giants 6-1 after 3.
They're playing in bare feet too, Browning, because everybody jumped in the pool with their spikes on.
That's true. Ian Kennedy's on the mound, so that's a big night. And after they celebrated last night, just checking their starting lineup, they're going with frontliners for the most part. Just trying to give Mr. Kennedy a big win. Yeah, he's in that Cy Young race.
Is he 19 wins?
19.
Yeah.
Or no, he's got 20.
He's got 20. Yeah.
How does he? Who is the Cy Young?
Boy, might be Kershaw.
Yeah, he can almost win the Triple Crown.
Play with third base, and here's a low throw, and safe at first. Kuzminoff, and here goes J.D. Martinez to second. Kuzminoff threw it away.
Carlos is looking in their dugout right now, knowing they're not going to pitch to him. See him talking?
Yeah, he is. It's a hit and an error.
Lefty on deck. There's no way they're pitching to him.
Downs is going to end up being the hitter here, I would think.
Yep.
Bourgeois is going to run.
What did they give that?
Hit and an error on Kuzminoff. Good. And Martinez goes 1 for 3 with a sac fly. Leaves for the pinch runner, Bourgeois. And it's Carlos' lead. Bob Apodaca's coming out. Matt Downs is in the on-deck circle.
There, Carlos.
Nobody warming up in the bullpen. Downs got a hit in Colorado, brothers.
Yeah, the situation, initially it makes all the sense in the world to walk Carlos, but Matt Downs does give you a hit a fastball over there. Yeah, what he's done off the bench this year.
I don't know.
They both hit lefties very well this year.
Well, Carlos has really been swinging the bat well too lately.
Yeah.
you do pitch to Carlos and he does get a hit, this is when you bang your head against the wall. And instead of those 15 minutes you wait for the reporters to get in there as a manager, you got him in there in 3.5 seconds.
Well, here's the decision.
They're going to put him on.
Yep. Intentional walk.
This will certainly doesn't open you up to the second guessing as much as if you played it the other way.
Right. Well, you're also setting him up a force.
Will be Matt Downs pinch hitting with runners at first and second and 2 outs for Brett Wallace.
I like the matchup, Downsy against this guy. Downsy, I don't think has ever seen a fastball he doesn't like.
True.
And I suspect when Apodaca went out there to talk to brothers,
he's talking about Downs.
Yeah, he was like, we're going to put Carlos on, and here's what Downs does well.
It'll be the second meeting between these two. Downs got a pinch single to left in the 9th inning at Colorado on the 23rd of August off brothers. Colorado won that game 8-6. And Downs already has set the top figure for pinch hit RBIs by a right-handed hitter in Houston history. Now he's 2 away from Orlando Merced for the overall club pinch hit record for runs batted in a season. He's 15 for 42 pinch hitting, 3 homers, 15 driven in.
I'll go ahead and hit a jack then.
3 of those tie him for the National League lead.
Win the game, set a club record in 1 swing of the bat.
All for that.
Chris Johnson on deck. Ball 1.
Whoa. That's what you call missing your spot, not getting your call. If I'm brothers right now, I'm not throwing a heater because he's going to be all over this. Which I hope he does throw the heater.
Roller up the middle, and there's a play at second for the force to send this game on to the 10th inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 2 men left. After 9, it's tied 2-2.
Now up to those wild guys in the booth. Bill Brown, Jim Deshaies, and Jeff Bagwell.
Well, we hope this game gets wild. It's been pretty tame for a while now. Jason Bourgeois went into pinch run, and he now stays in to play right field for J.D. Martinez. And Matt Downs pinch hit for Brett Wallace. He stays in at first base. Meanwhile, pitcher number 4 of the night is Anario Del Rosario. Mark Melanson had a 1-2-3 ninth with 2 punch-outs. Del Rosario 0-2, his ERA 4.24. Kuzmanov is first up in the 10th inning. He is 1 for 3. Rockies are 3-8 in extra innings. The Astros are 4-12.
Whoa.
Makes that one foul for strike 1. Astros relief corps has retired 6 in a row since David Carpenter came in, and 8 in a row going back to Jay Happ's final 2 hitters. Matt Lindstrom's warming up for Colorado. That one almost clipped him. 1 ball, 1 strike. Del Rosario's pitched scoreless baseball for his last 5 outings.
JD has in his contract, he only goes 9 or what?
He only goes 9. You're the extra inning guy, pal. You know how those starting pitchers are.
Yeah.
They check out on you every time.
Out, yeah.
They're not going to be there when it's over.
Yeah, he must have got his talk count or whatever it was instead of his pitch count.
Yeah, he got his verbiage in, and he's gone now. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
There he is. You can see he's gone. He's left.
JD has left the building.
Yes.
Well, you know what it was? When JD Martinez checked out, he thought he should check out.
He should go too.
All the JDs are gone.
Yeah. JDs, JAs, all of them.
3 hits for the Rockies, 4 for the Astros. A very tame game for the hitters compared to the last 2 nights. Del Rosario opens with a strikeout. Strikeout number 10 for Astros pitching tonight. Will take us back to when you were playing and you were in an extra inning game in late September. Boy, that's it. Your concentration has to be tested when you get this deep into a season.
And you got no chance to do anything? Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, like I said, you have an obligation to try and win every single game you can.
Ball 1 to Ionetta. Ionetta has 2
JD's back.
He's back now.
He came back.
Came back for the CG.
Strolled around just trying to change the karma a little bit.
We were bashing you while you were gone.
That's a given.
Right center field. One of the rules of the booth.
If I'm in here, then somebody's getting made fun of.
When the teacher leaves the room, right? Now you get the substitute teacher.
Oh, boy. Seth Smith will be the pinch hitter now for the pitcher brothers. Good hitter.
Dangerous hitter.
Yeah, he really is. With that power.
You know, I've always thought him as a pull hitter, but he drove the ball to the wall in left center here a couple days ago. Well, I think Brad's going to counter with a lefty anyway, so.
Looks that way. Yeah, so he can use all fields. Has a .484 slugging percentage. And he's been good as a pinch hitter, 8 for 20 with 2 runs batted in. So that's it for Del Rosario. He gets 1/3 of an inning, leaves a runner on, and it's time to go to the lefty side of the bullpen. We'll be back right after this.
Yes, the excitement begins September 30th with the Division Series on TBS. Well, as Brownie indicated, the Astros have gone to the lefty, and he'll tell us all about it.
Wesley Wright has been very effective against both left-handers and right-handers with that 0.82 ERA, 3 holds, 18 games, and boy, has he done a wonderful job here in September, J.D.
He sure has. He's been used primarily as a left-handed specialist, and he's just absolutely locked down left-handed hitters. They've done nothing against Wesley, so his stock really rising after his most recent call-up from AAA. A guy who's just pitching with a ton of confidence. Been fun to watch.
Facing Smith, and lefties have held Seth Smith to a .221 batting average. He has 1 homer and 86 at bats against southpaws. Eric Young Jr.'s on deck. Ball 1 for Wesley Wright. Wesley came back from AAA, Oklahoma City, August 20th. He's not given up a run in 16 appearances since then, giving up 1 hit in 9 innings. Bouncer slowly hit out towards second. Altuve with the tag and the throw, and double play. Now we go to the bottom of the 10th inning after the 4-3 double play. Altuve putting the tag on Ionetta and getting Smith.
That's a brain cramp.
Yes, it is.
Bottom of the 10th inning in Houston, Texas. I'd love to see the Astros make it 3 straight wins to open this homestand. Matt Lindstrom, a former Astro, is warming up. He'll be pitcher number 4 for Jim Tracy. Lindstrom pitched in last night's game, gave up a triple to J.B. Shuck and allowed a run on a ground out. And he now comes in with Jimmy Paredes due up first against him.
Lindstrom working for the 61st time, 2 wins, 2 losses, a 3.12 ERA. Strikeout rate is down from Matt. He's a guy at times reaches triple digits with that heater.
Paredes is 0 for 3. Ball 1. Yeah, Ionetta ran right into that tag to start the double play in the top of the inning.
Yeah, thank God he did.
Wesley Wright didn't mind a bit.
You can't do that as a baseman.
No. Lindstrom began his career with the Mets. He belonged to Florida, and Houston got him in a deal. Moved it along to the Rockies. Bouncer hit the second base. Ellis over to first, 1 out. Matt pitched 58 times last year, got 23 saves for the Astros and 29 opportunities. Clint Barmas is 0 for 3. One career walk-off homer for Clint. Humberto Quintero's on deck. Strike to Barmas. Now it's 0-2 for Lindstrom.
Lindstrom, 31 years of age. At times just absolutely unhittable, but at other times he struggles with his command. Reminds me a little bit of Kyle Farnsworth. Had that great arm, but he struggled at times. Well, Farnsworth had a real nice year this year for Tampa Bay.
He really did.
And Tampa Bay has knocked off Toronto 6-2, so game and a half now. Tampa Bay trailing the Red Sox. Wow, an American League wild card race.
Very interesting.
Doubleheader against the Yankees tomorrow. Could change things up real quick. Tampa Bay win.
Barnes smacks one by the shortstop into left center field.
Think about it.
Takes a big turn. A one-out single for Barmas. Brings up Quintero.
And Matty can get a pretty big leg kick, can he?
Yes.
Even from the stretch. I mean, even when there's a guy on first, I don't think he slide steps it. I could be wrong, though.
Well, it's certainly got to be a consideration here.
You start talking about 1.5s and 1.6. I don't care how. You should be able to make that.
J.B. Shuck comes out to the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot coming up. Quintero would love to change that 0 by getting a walk-off hit. He's 0 for 3. Yeah, he did quicken up a little bit. Well, JD's theory of former battery mates squaring off could come into play here. See if Quintero.
Yeah, I don't know if he's caught him enough to qualify.
Maybe not.
We'll have to come up with a caveat to that. You know, innings caught of a pitcher in your career.
Good luck on finding that. It's like trying to get the 200,000th whatever game we just got.
Yeah.
Boston sending Wakefield and Lackey to the mound tomorrow on the doubleheader against the Yankees. Burnett and Nova pitching for New York. In the Tampa Bay game, it's Cecil for Toronto and Davis for Tampa tomorrow.
Down to the second, charged by Ellis, and he missed the tag.
It's ironic, isn't it?
Just about was. Now it's going to be Shuck.
2 lefties in a row. Imagine Chris Johnson's down there somewhere.
Yeah. Earlier he was out in the on-deck circle. Shuck hit the triple off Lindstrom last night.
Let him pitch.
Barmas reading this ball and then making determination. Yeah, a little stutter step and then scoots on by.
Shuck is 2 for 8 as a pinch hitter. Taking ball 1. Jordan Schaefer's on deck. Shuck had 3 hits to tie his career high as a major leaguer last night.
I'm going to call this one like we did last time we got one.
Oh, that's
with
right.
Braun. Remember the outfield was a little bit deep?
Yeah, you did call that.
Certainly a time for Dave Clark to be aggressive.
I'm telling you, if it goes in the outfield, he's going. 2 outs. Here you go, buddy.
3-0.
That's the pitch too. That runner moving away from Shuck. Vision him punching that ball over the shortstop's head or pushing it through the hole between third and short.
I wouldn't mind letting him hit right here either.
(3-1) to Ohio Stater J.B. Shuck.
Got to be in a bad mood anyway, doesn't he? After last week.
I'm with you. I like letting him swing, and he may have had the green light. I mean,
right.
What does that get you? It's the guy on second that matters. So it's no big advantage to draw a walk here.
You're a hitter's count.
Strike makes it 3-2 now.
Going to Fox track. No, not on Fox. We're on my 20 tracks.
Right.
It's getting late in the game. Sorry.
Now we'll be making tracks
yes.
after this pitch.
That's around third. Going home, I hope.
Breaking ball struck him out on a foul tip to end the 10th inning. No runs a hit and a man stranded. Still tied at 2 through 10.
Beef jerky, feed your wild side, guys.
Fernando Rodriguez comes out of the Houston bullpen in this 2-2 game, moving to the 11th inning. He'll be pitcher number 6 for Brad Mills tonight. Wesley Wright at 2/3 of an inning, allowed no hits, no runs, with no walks or strikeouts. Fernando's 2-3 with a 3.22 earned run average.
Well, that's the nature of September baseball. A lot of resources available for both managers, both on the bench and the bullpen. So nobody's really feeling like their bench or their bullpen is too stressed at this point. That'll come around the 14th inning.
Shady.
Inning number 11. It's the top of the order due up. Young, Ellis, and Fowler for Jim Tracy. Young is 0 for 4. Mario Del Rosario worked a third of an inning, giving up 1 hit, no runs, with no walks and a strikeout. Good relief work for the Astros tonight. Curveball, ball 1. Fernando pitched Thursday night in this series, giving up 3 hits and 3 runs in 1 inning. Gave up a 3-run homer to Willeen Rosario. Two balls, no strikes.
This game has been scoreless since the 4th. A whole bunch of goose eggs and really not that many chances for either club.
Well, they were rushing to make it an official game, so it could be the 200,000th Major League game. Since then, they've hit a wall. 3 balls and a strike. 2 in the 4th, the last scoring. The Astros got single runs in the 1st and 2nd. Brett Wallace hit a homer in the 2nd. Fouled away, and it's 3-2 now to Young. Rockies haven't had a runner reach second base since the 5th. Still 3-2. Astros got those 2 early runs. Since then, they've had 4 singles. 5 hits for Houston, 4 for Colorado, 1 error for the Rockies. All the way, another souvenir. Keeps it counted 3-2. In tight, there's a leadoff walk.
Decision time for Jim Tracy. Brought him over, let him try to steal a base. Most managers would bunt him over.
Well, Fernando takes a while to get the ball to the plate, so they might run here. But you're right. Most managers would bunt, but Young's 25 of 29.
Yeah. Bunt is a safe play. I kind of like the steal. If you like your times, if you're getting a good read.
Bunt is popped up and now fielded, and Downs will toss to Altuve. Sacrifice for Ellis. Young to second, 1 out.
This is the anniversary of the New York Mets clinching the NL East in 1969. First year of divisional play. The Miracle Mets.
Yeah.
Talk about a unexpected
Talk about a miracle.
championship. Yeah.
It really was.
Beat the Cardinals and Steve Carlton 6-0, and they clinched it at 9:07 p.m. I remember that because they kept playing the audio over and over again of Lindsey Nelson at 9:07. The New York Mets got a big home run from Don Clendenin and Ed the Glider Charles in that game.
Don Clendenin. Brad Mills coming out. Fowler, the switch hitter, will be next. First base open, and then the cleanup man is Nelson, who normally would not be hitting cleanup if they had a complement of all healthy players. So they talk it over. Yeah, that was just such a year. And then they go into the World Series against the Orioles. That was truly the amazing Mets.
Yeah, really underdogs in that series with all the great pitching that Baltimore had.
Yeah.
That's what George Burns in that movie, Oh God, remember he said that the 69 Mets was my last miracle.
Oh, yeah. That's a good line. Nolan Ryan was on that club.
Yep.
Intentional walk to Fowler. With Fowler leading the league in extra base hits since the All-Star break, that factors in. So he'll be put on. It'll be first and second, 1 out for Nelson. Nobody warming up in the bullpen for Houston. Nelson is 1 for 4. He singled and scored in the 4th inning. And Wigginton follows him in the lineup. Ty and Jim Tracy talk it over now. Ty Wigginton's just one of those guys you want on your team, isn't he, Baggy?
Yeah.
Whether in first place, last place, he's going to bear down.
He is going to bear down. He's not going to give that bats away no matter what he's hitting. He's just, like I said before, he's just a baseball player.
Well, he may get a chance. We'll see if Fernando can get a double play here. With Nelson getting that hit in the 4th inning. He struck out twice. Astros have the top of the order due up in the bottom half of the inning. There's a turn back towards second. Now, steal of third here could be very big.
So Q, obviously Q has a throw down to second like he did with that second pitch from the intentional walk. He throws that ball in the center field.
Altuve went to the bag.
Now, I'll give Q this. He's not afraid.
No, he's not.
He doesn't care if the game's on the line, what the situation is. He'll take a shot.
Runners go. Here's a throw. Tag save. Double steal by the Rockies. Close play. .26 stolen base for Young. Fowler gets number 12.
It's interesting. They sacrificed to move Young to second base and then turned them loose on a double steal.
Yeah.
And when he was already in scoring position. So a risky play, a good strong throw by Q, and very close down there at third base.
Well, how about does his hand come off the bag?
He comes
here?
off the bag, yeah. Right here.
He's off there.
Second, and he's off the bag.
Yep. Tag wasn't on him at that point. Rich Dower talking. Counts 2-0 now. And that does change the perspective of the inning quite a lot.
I think it stayed on.
Maybe it did. I'm looking at that.
Looked like it was on his thigh.
Now the infielders move in. A little nubber play at the plate here. Fernando tossing, Quintero tagging. Young is out number 2. Oh, Young and Quintero going at each other.
What was all that about?
Well, he shouldn't have been objecting to the tag. Nothing wrong with that.
I don't know if they got tangled up after the play or not.
Maybe so.
Seemed like a clean play all the way around. Nice play here by Fernando. My goodness, that's a good play. Yeah, it was just a tag play up high.
I felt like he pushed him. Man, what's he supposed to do?
Yeah, you can't go soft there and let the guy deke you.
And he's expecting to get drilled.
Yeah.
If you don't like that, take ballroom dancing. Runners at first and third, 2 outs. It's Ty Wigginton. He's 0 for 4.
Getting mad at a play like that. Let's give our game a bad name. I mean, you can't take this. My goodness.
Come on. What's wrong with that?
You're able to kill the catcher, but you can't take that.
Good job by the umpire there.
Very nice.
Dan Molino took charge. Fernando Rodriguez, as you pointed out, JD, made a very good play. He had a play like that in L.A. when he got out of that bases loaded, nobody out jam. Threw home for an out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough play, and then the dynamic of the possible winning run coming down the third baseline adds a little more to it.
Yeah.
So a lot of pitchers come in with step on the ball or just kind of completely blow up on the play.
1-1. Fernando has indeed been in some tight spots in late innings this year. Fowler started to dash off third, and he caught the attention of Rodriguez. That was a daring double steal, but then the play at the plate can neutralize that if Rodriguez can get Wigginton. Two-1. Ty has struggled this year with men in scoring position. He's hit 162. 119 with 2 outs and men in scoring position.
Usually that's lack of patience. Now you got a chance to drive in runs or big runs, and you get a little anxious, start chasing bad balls.
Yes, sir.
3-1. Jordan Pacheco's on deck.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he get a fastball. I think he's going to throw a curveball in here.
He does, and he throws it for strike 2. Full count now. Downs looking into the dugout to see where he should play. He wants Fernando Rodriguez to know. He's going to back up and play behind the runner. Nelson will be running. Curveball locked him up. A strikeout, and Wigginton spiked that helmet, and he got tossed out of the game. It's no runs, no hits. A couple of men left. A good play at the plate by Fernando Rodriguez and Humberto Quintero to keep the game tied 2-2. Romero, they're still waiting for a left fielder to come off the bench with Wigginton leaving. Romero is 1-0 in 34 games. He has 3 holds and a 3.70 ERA.
Only allowed the 1 home run.
Field, who's been playing shortstop, takes over in right. He was short last night.
Jordan Schaefer will get things started for the Astros. 0 for 3 plus a walk. He scored the Astros' first run way back in the first inning. Drew a walk, stole a base, came home on a sac fly from J.D. Martinez. The Astros scratched one out in the first, and then a bomb by Brett Wallace in the second. Since then, a whole lot of nada.
Matt Lindstrom in 1 inning allowed 1 hit, no runs with the strikeout. Now it's Romero versus Schaefer. Field in right field for Wigginton, who was tossed out of the game. Schaefer's 0 for 3 with a walk, a steal, and a run scored. Altuve and Bourgeois to follow. Romero, a 35-year-old veteran, came in to get a strikeout in last night's game.
Schaefer walked, the Wallace home run, and then the Lee single in the 7th. The only times tonight the Astros have had a leadoff man reach. A little leadoff double would be nice.
Yes.
Little roller up the line. And he's going to make it.
Yes, he is. Nice.
Infield hit for Schaefer.
Yeah, you could kind of see that coming as Pacheco laid back waiting for that slow ground ball. He wasn't going to be able to get the ball and then make a play on Schaefer.
Schaefer is hurt. Went in hard at first base.
Knocked the wind out of him.
It looked like it as Brad Mills went over and Assistant athletic trainer Rex Jones examined him. Looked like he hit hard on the belly, so probably did knock the wind out of him.
Well, these managers are managing hard.
Good. Now Jim Tracy and his infielders talk it over. Altuve has been down also to have a chat with Dave Clark about this situation. Edmer Escalona warming up. Wilson Lopez warming up for Houston.
Here comes Edmer.
He's on his way with a score 2-2 in the bottom of the 11th back in the league. Edmer Escalona, he has no decisions in 13 games. His ERA is 1.82. Bourgeois on deck. Altuve's 1 for 4. And Schaefer could be running. Could be a bunt. Escalona's pitched twice in this series. In each of the first 2 games, 1 inning, no hits, no runs, no walks. He's from Venezuela, 24 years old, signed in 04.
Fastball, slider, changeup. Fastball sits right around 92, 93 miles an hour.
Bunts through it. And it's strike 1 to Altuve. Altuve has 5 sacrifice bunts this year. That one bounces foul. No balls, 2 strikes.
Seems to be more effective when he tries to bunt for a hit than when he tries to sacrifice. Getting the ball down.
Michael Bourne was like that, wasn't he?
Right. Escalona pitched only 5 times in the big leagues last year. Houston Street is the closer for the Rockies. The bunt is foul, and that's a strikeout. 1 out. Jason Bourgeois comes up.
Ball the bunt there. Got to leave that one alone.
Bourgeois checks signs from Dave Clark. Been out with a wrist problem, left wrist. Took batting practice tonight for the first time in a few days.
Well, couldn't get the bunt down. I think you have to try to steal the base now.
One career walk-off hit for Jason.
I was there for that.
That's right. Pops it up. Didn't catch it.
The short arm.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this guy, the first baseman, has he been a first baseman or is he a catcher?
Mostly catcher in the minor leagues, and now they've moved him around. He played second base.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he doesn't look particularly comfortable out there, does he? Yeah.
I'm not saying he doesn't have ability. I'm just saying he just doesn't look comfortable.
Right. 0-1 to Bourgeois. He's hitting .387 his last 12 games. Carlos Lee's on deck. Schaefer takes off with a big jump to throw one Hobson. He is in there easily with his 21st steal.
And that kind of is the argument for not bunting with Altuve there. If you got a guy like Schaefer who could steal a base, and probably don't have much of a book on Escalona because he hasn't been around much, so that may be why they opted to bunt.
Well, they got a book, Jimmy.
Yeah, but you know,
I've watched those guys down there. they got everything. Yeah, it's amazing. But you're right. I mean, when you got a guy that can run like that, sometimes.
Yeah, it's not an easy call. It's like most baseball decisions. It's not black and white. It's a gray area, and you can play it either way. It just, you know, there's two arguments there. And the bunt is probably what most guys are going to do in that situation.
Good play there. Wow, what a play. They've got him, I think. He didn't throw it in time. He had him if he threw it right away. Big time play by Iannetta, but then he couldn't get the throw off.
That sideways.
Yeah, unbelievable play. Well, I think he was kind of hung up thinking if I unload this too quickly, Schaefer might take third on me, and he couldn't afford to have that happen. He waits maybe a beat too long. But if he comes up firing, Schaefer might just take out the third base on him.
Good point. Back to second with a 2-2 count on Bourgeois.
Boy.
Full count. 6 hits for the Astros, 4 for the Rockies. Bourgeois bounces one, knocked down. Escalona throwing and getting him. Schaefer to third, 2 outs.
You know, for a ground ball to the first baseman, a strikeout, and a ground ball back to the pitcher, this is kind of an exciting half inning here.
You bet.
Schaefer flopping all over the place out there.
Now Carlos Lee. They'll put Carlos on.
Ball's got a lot of top spin and it kicks right out of the glove of Escalona. His only play then becomes first base.
It'll be Matt Downs coming up with runners at first and third and 2 outs after this intentional walk to Carlos. He also got one of those in the 9th inning. And then Downs made the final out, bouncing into a force play. Jim Tracy hoping that strategy works again.
Those looked like a very nervous 4-pitch walk right there.
Just the way he threw the ball.
Yeah.
It was so tentative.
That was the Larry Anderson intentional walk.
Yeah. Now Tracy comes out. Tracy's hampered by some players on his bench who physically can't play right now. Carlos Gonzalez, Todd Helton, Troy Tulowitzki's not in very good shape either to play. Although we might see him tomorrow, we understand, as a starter.
We haven't seen Giambi hit in this game.
No, that's a good question.
Giambino?
He has not played in this series. Well, Downs with another shot at winning it. He came up in the ninth with runners at first and second. Grounded into that force play. He's done a lot of great things this season. Does not have a walk-off hit. He can add that to the list.
He can play behind Carlos down there at first base. What do you think, Baggy? Take second here? Take away the force play?
Yeah, if I was running, I would. Just because, remember the last time the same situation occurred, shortstop dove.
And that's where they got their force play.
And you got the speedy guy, Schaefer at third.
Yeah, I think Meach would just tell him, go ahead.
Yeah, get out there. Let Meach check the first baseman out. Go ahead.
Carlos takes off. That's a strike as Carlos moves into second. It's 1-2. No stolen base. Jimmy Paredes on deck. Oh, it almost hit him. It hit his bat. Still a 1-ball, 2-strike count to Downs. Downs is hitting .359 in his last 28 games, trying to end it here. A wild pitch may end it. Popped up.
Probably not going to work.
That's going to end the 11th inning. A foul pop to Kuzminov. No runs, 1 hit. A couple of men left on. Moving on to the 12th. It's still tied 2-2. Six through 11, we go to the 12th inning, and pitcher number 7 will be coming in the game for Brad Mills. Wilton Lopez with 2 wins, 6 losses, a 2.90 ERA will be on the hill for the 12th.
Just unbelievably good from the 12th inning on in his career. His outstanding numbers in those situations. We're getting close to its time where you just change the rules. Put a man on second base to start the inning and see if the team can score.
Let's do it. September baseball. Jordan Pacheco, first man up for the Rockies. Pacheco drove in there 2 runs in the 4th inning with a double. He's 1 for 4 tonight.
By the way, Brownie, your Missouri club's hanging in there against Oklahoma.
Really? What's the score?
Well, they're down 10, 24-14 in the 3rd quarter.
Not good, JD.
11:40 to go.
At Owen Field, that's very difficult. Lopez throws strike one in the upper reaches of the strike zone.
Baylor and Rice are playing a wild one.
What are they at?
50-something to 30-something for Baylor. 56-31.
A little roller goes out to Lopez. Takes care of out number one. Wilton leads the club in appearances. This is number 71. That's a career high for him. He thrives on work. Kevin Kuzminoff is 1 for 4. Lopez got a hold in the 9-6 win Thursday night, working 2/3 of an inning.
We may outlast the West Coast games. San Diego 3-0 over LA. They played 7. D-backs lead the Giants 6-2. They're in the 6th.
Ian Kennedy going for win number 21.
If we go that far, does that mean we still get the 200th win?
Yeah.
200,000 game?
We're not sure anymore.
So for the 200,000th time, somebody will say, hey, hang with him, get him tomorrow.
Lefty Matt Reynolds, right-hander Rafael Betancourt are warming up for Jim Tracy. Paredes reaching it to his left, then turns and a tag by Downs gets the out at first. Whoa, there's an argument here from Kuzminoff. And Larry Van over call. He said no. 2 outs.
Kuzminoff. Whoa, man. Didn't touch me, Larry. If he did, it was brushing him on the arm on the way up.
Looked like he made it.
That angle he missed.
Two outs though on the call. And now Chris Iannetta bats. Looking at ball one.
It's tough for these umpires to be sharp in a game like this.
You know it.
Been out there a long time.
Yeah, they've had tons of travel this year. A little roller by Iannetta off his foot. Makes it 1-1. Field, the right fielder, is on deck. Pitchers in the number 5 spot in the order. After Ty Wigginton got thrown out, he was batting 5th.
Ooh. Look out!
That sounded good, but it's well fouled.
Brave Soul got in front of that one and tried to make a play. Thankfully, he whiffed. Got it on the carom.
1-2. Chris Iannetta, North Carolina. He was a 4th-round pick in 04 by the Rockies.
Yes, he did.
And that ends the top of the 12th. Strikeout for Lopez. It's still tied 2-2. These fans are staying to see who is able to break through and win this game. Matt Reynolds is pitcher number 7 for the Rockies. In 71 games, he's 0-2 with 18 holds and a 4.25 ERA.
You look at the innings pitched. It's 48 2/3 for a guy who's been out there 71 times. So that tells you he's been used more as a specialty left-hander to come in for, 1 or 2 left-handed hitters. In this instance, it'll turn Jimmy Paredes, the switch hitter, around. Of course, you have less freedom to maneuver the later you get into these games, and you've used a number of your relief pitchers. If I was paying attention, I would tell you exactly how many they have left, but I've lost that ability a while ago.
We checked out a long time ago.
Here's Paredes now, the switch hitter, 0 for 4 tonight.
Thank God you gave me that chocolate chip cookie to get me through the next couple innings.
Sugar rush.
Oh, let's not say couple. This win right here.
Okay, this is it. We're making a stand. It's 2-0. Reynolds has pitched a couple times against the Astros. And you see the bullpen with Jordan Miles warming up. Came in with the bases loaded 2 nights ago and gave up a 3-run double to Matt Downs. It's 3-0 here to Paredes. If he gets on, his legs could be very useful.
He's not swinging right here, guys.
He's taking a strike with Clint Barmas on deck.
If he throws that one again, I think we're going to be in good shape.
Paredes is hitting .222 as a right-handed batter now. Chase that one, and it's 3-2.
Well placed there by Reynolds right off the outside edge. He's not had a lot of right-handed bats lately.
Pops it back, but it's out of play. And Reynolds, a 20th round pick in 07, went to Austin Peay University in Tennessee. He was born in Knoxville. Leadoff walk, Jimmy Paredes. Jordan Schaefer led off the 11th with an infield hit. He stole second. He was stranded at third. Here's what happened last night when Clint Barmas came up in the 6th inning.
At the time, he was the only guy in the Astros lineup who did not have a base hit. He took care of that with one big swing of the bat.
Classic throw over right here. For sure. That's a ball.
And Barmas, yeah, they call a balk.
Oh.
Barmas was showing bunt on that too. He slid the hand up the bat, but the balk was called. So now we'll see what he's doing. The runner at second, nobody out.
I love it, Dan. Call another one right here. Get him over to third.
That was a ball. Watch how far he steps towards home plate.
Home, right?
Oh yeah.
He could have thrown a pitch.
You got it. Paredes balked to second.
Wow, what a break.
Very big break.
Got to burn him over here, don't you?
I would think. Quintero is on deck. Then the pitcher spot due up.
Run it to that.
Just depends on how you feel about the guys you have on your bench.
Well, still got CJ over there.
Oh, that's a strike. That was the first balk of Reynolds this season. Now it's 0-1. Pops up the bunt and it's caught by Kuzminov. 1 out. The Astros now in the 11th inning with Altuve unable to get the bunt down, and in the 12th inning Barmas can't get it down.
You know where they try and tell you, Jimmy, to throw a high fastball in a bunt situation?
Yeah.
It's hard to get that ball down. That head doesn't quite get on top of the baseball.
Quintero comes up. He's 0 for 4. Angel Sanchez now has a bat in the on-deck circle. Strike for Reynolds.
Hughes been pretty good against lefties this year.
278 batting average. Astros have won 16 times in their final at bat. Turn back towards second. That one rolls foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Rockies are trying to snap a 9-game losing streak. They got their 2 in the 4th to tie it, and it's stayed tied ever since then. Quintero tops that one foul. So no balls, 2 strikes.
Even the fan can't make a play in the 12th inning.
No.
Day game coming tomorrow. Lucas Harrell starting against Kevin Millwood. FS Houston will present that game. Astros live at 12:30. In the air and out of play. A catcher late in the season. A long game like this. It's tough to hit.
Come on, Q, right here.
He looks at the ball and it's 1-2.
Show me inside fastball.
Yeah, here comes that changeup away.
Foul back again. Still a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
Yeah.
Arizona's had a couple big innings tonight. Millwood and Harrell tomorrow. 12:30 for Astros Live.
So much for that theory that the team clinches the next day they mail it in.
Yeah. They
Too
got
young.
6 in the first and 5 in the 6th inning. They lead at 11-2 in the 7th. Yeah, they're too young. To right field. Field is backing and makes the grab. 2 outs. Now it's Angel Sanchez pinch hitting.
Oh, Angel had a nice night last night. He carried a little confidence into that batter's box. Paredes. Secondary lead with the pitch. Sees the ball airborne. Going to get caught, so he tags up, but there's nowhere to go.
Sanchez as a pinch hitter is 9 for 31.
They're going to walk him. Pitch to the lefty.
Yeah. Schaefer on deck. 9 for 31 pinch hitting, 2 runs batted in, so he'll take a stroll here. It'll be runners at first and second with 2 outs for Schaefer.
Walking Sanchez to face the lefty and he's yielding a much higher batting average to left-handed hitters. So this is simply because he's left-handed and the hitter's a lefty.
Well, and also, Jimmy, as you said earlier, this guy's got 72 clearances and pretty much supposed to be a lefty.
Which is what he's paid to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those averages sometimes are skewed because a lot of times the lefties that he faces are the really good ones, because the ones that aren't so good get pitch hit for.
Yeah.
Schaefer tries to win it now. Reached on the infield roller in the 7th after walking in the 1st. Schaefer looks at ball 1 with Altuve on deck. Wilton Lopez in 1 inning allowed no hits, no runs, and a strikeout. 1-1 for Schaefer. Jordan Lyles has been warming up. Schaefer shoots 1 foul.
Little emergency hat. A small but spirited crowd remains.
Schaefer this season is hitting .208 against lefties for 72 at-bats. Berettas the runner at second. Sanchez at first. Time called. Pittsburgh down Cincinnati 4-3.
He's going to hang him a breaking ball. He's going to hammer it into that alley in right center.
A great call.
There's a lot of room out there.
No.
2 balls, 2 strikes on the check swing call. And Randazzo, the umpire, at third. Quite a birthday present for Allison Footer tonight. Extra innings. Schaefer fouls it. Don't know if she had any post-game plans or not, but they probably have changed if she did. The day game coming up tomorrow. But you can see all about it on Allison's Footnotes at Astros.com. That's strike 3, and that ends the 12th inning with no runs, no hits, couple of men left, and it's still tied 2-2. record of 5.19 ERA.
Well, that's the thing, you know, in a game like this, you don't want to be the guy out there who gives it up. Pressure on all these pitchers as they come into this one. You know, no fun for either club playing a long extra inning game like this, but it really stinks to end up being on the wrong side of it.
Oh yeah, if you've invested this much time in it, you should want to walk away a winner. Tommy Field, who's come in to play right field after Ty Wigginton was tossed out of the game, takes ball one. 2-12 for Tommy with no runs batted in. Greg Reynolds warming up for Colorado. It's 2-0 to Tommy Field from Texas State. Born in Austin, lives in Hewitt, Texas. That's not too far from Waco. 3-0 for Jordan Lyles. Field 1 for 4 as the shortstop last night. He leans back from that one, and he has drawn a leadoff walk.
Did you know that LBJ graduated from Texas State?
I heard that.
It's the only university in the state of Texas that has a president as an alum.
Interesting. Now they talk it over in a bunt situation here. Quintero, Lyles, and Matt Downs comes over.
Yeah, the bunt hasn't worked out too well for either club. You know, whether they've gotten it down or not, they haven't been able to ultimately get the man around.
True. Not been a whole lot of clutch hitting in this game. EY puts it down, and it's a good one. Quintero has to hurry, underhands it, and it hits the runner and rolls away, and that means the lead runner gets to third base. Field. And Quintero is down. Very slow to get up. He tried a quick, hard underhand toss, and it hit the base runner, Young.
Yeah, just a great bunt by Eric Young. Q goes a good long ways to get it. Makes a heck of a play on tired legs. The underhanded toss. Young was going to beat it anyway. Move an error on Q, and that allows the base runner to move all the way to third.
Young gets the bunt hit, then the error. That's Quintero's error. So now the infield comes in, and it's Mark Ellis batting, and Doug Roquel's coming out. Field the runner at third base. That was Quintero's 5th error of the year. Now the runner has to be in foul territory as he goes up the first base line toward the bag. And by the time Quintero's toss got there, I think he was almost stepping on the base. But if he's on the inside of the baseline, that throw hits him, he could be ruled out for interference.
The closer the runner gets to the base, the less likely you are to get that call, because ultimately the base runner has to be able to work his way back to the bag.
Runner takes off and moves into second easily. Snap throw to third.
That's a good time to gamble now if you're Q trying to pick somebody off. Second and third, nobody out. In the top of the 13th.
Fielder's indifference on Young, not a stolen base. So it's second and third, nobody out. And a little nubber. Runners holding. Lyles gets the out at first, over to Downs.
Well, the odds of the Astros winning this hand just improved. If you ever watch poker on TV, they put the percentages up based on the hands the guys have, what their chances of winning are. And second and third, nobody out. Maybe not the chances that the Rockies would win, but they would score. It probably would have been 90%. Now they've chipped away at a little bit with that first out.
Dexter Fowler, the batter. 0 for 4 with an intentional walk. Curveball in the dirt, ball one. Lyles pitched an inning last night in the 11-2 win. He finished things up. Struck out 2.
2 strikeouts right now would be pretty good too.
Ooh, yeah. That makes it 2-0. Chris Nelson is on deck.
Yeah, stadiums have the out-of-town scoreboard. Then the big jumbotron, and here in Minute Maid Park, they put the lineups for both clubs up in the batting orders. They need a used player board as well.
Okay, yeah. Good point.
Just need to put them on now.
We have seen that in some stadiums. Yep, here's the intentional walk.
Like on the Wheel of Fortune, they got the used letterboard.
Right.
And the used player board. That way all the fans would know who's already been used, so they can't second guess the managers.
8 walks for Astros pitchers now. Second intentional walk to Fowler, and it brings up the shortstop Nelson with the bases loaded and 1 out, and the infielders in. Nelson singled and scored in the 4th. He's 1 for 5. Pitcher spots due up next. It's a foul ball, strike 1. Willeen Rosario on deck. So that tells you that Todd Helton's not available. Carlos Gonzalez is not available. Probably Troy Tulowitzki not available. One and one. Lyle's just 20 years old from South Carolina. He's gotten a lot of seasoning this year. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count to Nelson. Jordan was drafted in 2008.
Not a slam dunk that you would pull your infield in here. You would definitely stay in at the corner. Some clubs in this situation would keep their middle infielders at double play depth. A lot of it just has to do with the speed of the guy in the batter's box. Guy can run a little bit. Think he's tough to double up. You're definitely going to bring him in.
He walked him. And that walks in the go-ahead run. Nelson gets the RBI on the bases loaded walk. 3-2 Rockies. First time they've scored since the 4th. Now Willeen Rosario, the young catcher. Rosario 0 for 4 with 3 punch-outs last night. But he had a really good game Thursday night, including a homer driving in 3 and a double. 0-1 to Rosario.
And now they are going to back up in the middle of the diamond and play for 2. First, Brad Mills is going to come out and make a pitching change.
3 walks in the inning for Jordan Lyles, one of those intentional. And we'll be right back with the score, 3-2 Colorado in the 13th. And with one out, it is Anewy Rodriguez. He is the 9th Houston pitcher. The club record is 10. He is 1-6 with a 5.07 ERA.
There's a record you don't want to shoot for.
No, sir. But it might happen. 63 strikeouts, 30 walks for Rodriguez, 13 home runs allowed in 81 innings. And it's Rosario batting with the bases loaded. And a 1-0 count. Jordan Pacheco's on deck. Quintero stops it. It's ball 2 and 2-0 the count with Rosario batting here.
Think you'll have the day off tomorrow?
Yeah.
You know, it'd be cool tomorrow.
What's it?
Make some television history.
Yeah.
And just broadcast the game with the cameras only, just show the pictures with no announcers.
Announcerless game?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Well, that's been tried before, but it's been a long time.
Wow.
And, you know, it's been so long that there's an entire generation that has not experienced that sensation.
Yeah.
Maybe it will happen tomorrow. Three balls and a strike, the count.
People could hang out at home and do their own play-by-play in color.
Oh, wait a minute.
Provide the pictures.
JD, we're starting to get emails right now. Folks are really taking to this idea. In fact, they want to start it right now. Foul back. And it's 3-2. Well, we're getting even more response that there are people out there who wanted to do this many, many years ago. Every single game, in fact.
Somewhere right around 1997.
Let's take it back to 87. Matt Downs over to watch it go out of play. When was that announcerless game of football?
I don't remember. I mean, I remember that it happened.
Yeah. I think it was on NBC.
Yeah. And they had the crowd mics up. You could hear the public address announcer,
yes.
right? You could.
Yes. Of course, Milo Hamilton's there on radio, so that option not available on radio. It was the Jets and Dolphins. Boots thinks it was around 82 or 83. Before our time, JD. Fly ball goes to center. And with one out, the runners are all tagging. Schaefer with the catch. Throws into second base. Sacrifice fly. 4-2. Rockies. Rosario gets the pinch sac fly.
Yeah, good at bat there by the rookie. And a big insurance run comes home for Colorado.
Young scored it. Fowler tagged up and went to third. Jordan Pacheco's up. Pacheco had the 2-run double in the 4th inning. He's 1 for 5 tonight. 5 hits for the Rockies, 6 for the Astros, each club with an error. Colorado stranded 6. Houston has left 8. That's to right field. Bourgeois with a catch to end the Rockies' 13th inning. They take the lead for the first time all night, 4-2.
First of all, after a run on a sac fly by Martinez, then a bomb, a real 448-foot home run by Wallace. However, this double by Pacheco tied the game at 2-2. And we saw some great pitching from the starters. Harrell and Happ, they both were solid. Game was tied at 2-2 until the run scores. No, it doesn't, because the tag was made at the plate. That was a chance to score in the 11th. Finally, though, in the 13th, the walk with the bases loaded does put the Rockies on top. They added another on a sac fly. That's where we stand as we go to the bottom of the 13th inning. Wake up, guys.
Rafael Betancourt comes in to try to end the night on the baseball field. He is 2-0, 22 holds, 66 games. He's allowed 7 homers. Houston Street hasn't pitched in a while, didn't pitch effectively the last time he pitched, JD. We know that he's had some physical problems this year, so Betancourt is the guy.
So looks like Houston Street may be done for the year. Betancourt having a solid year. He's got Altuve, Bourgeois, and Carlos Lee due up.
Walk, bloop, bomb.
Ooh. Baggy with the call. Altuve's 1 for 5.
That walk is a bold call with Altuve up there.
That's a good point.
Strike 1. Altuve singled in the 6th inning.
Okay, how about a bloop, walk, bomb?
That's good.
I don't know. Jason doesn't walk much either. I'm going to have to go bloop, bloop, bomb.
Okay. What about bomb? No, never mind.
Forget the walk. Just a couple bloops and a bomb.
Just let it play out.
Okay. Take your medicine and be quiet, Jeff. Rookie.
If we could go ahead and put that down now,
yeah,
we'll do it. No balls, 2 strikes. Astros got a run in the first on a sac fly by Martinez. A Wallace homer in the second. They've been shut out since then. And a strikeout to end the home 13th. To start the home 13th, rather. Jason Bourgeois is next. We need a pinch run for Martinez in the 9th inning. Grounded out in the 11th. Betancourt has 6 saves this season. Matt Reynolds in line for his first victory of the year. Strike makes it 0-1.
When you're going through a stretch like the Rockies, it feels like sometimes you have to play all night to win when you've lost with 9 in a row or whatever it was coming into this one.
9 in a row, yeah.
They don't seem to come easily.
Good point. No balls, 2 strikes. That's a tough losing streak late in the year when they had been in first place going back to May. Second half has not been kind to this Colorado club at all. Each club has stranded 8 base runners. One and 2. Lucas Harrell and Kevin Millwood are the starters tomorrow at 1:05 on FS Houston. Millwood's had some good outings for the Rockies. He's an old foe of yours, Baggy.
He sure is. He might be older than me. Back when he was with Philly.
Yeah.
I don't know what years those were.
Let's see. Well, he pitched that one hitter in the playoffs against the Astros when he was with Atlanta.
He's got a no-hitter with his belt too.
Well, that's right. That's out to center field. Fowler coming in and on the run. Long legs got him there.
There was the blooper, but somebody ran it down.
Yeah. Now 2 outs. And it's Carlos lead. Carlos got the infield hit in the 7th inning. He has received 2 intentional walks in the late innings in the 9th and 11th. And they both work for Jim Tracy. Carlos is going to wind up with good-looking numbers this season. 94 runs batted in. Pops it back.
I was running away. Jimmy was trying to catch it. I couldn't see it. I lost it.
You know, Baggy, we used to talk to you about guys who have these track records. They wind up with those numbers at the end of the year. Isn't it amazing how it has happened with him, too?
Yeah, well, I mean, Carlos is a good hitter. I mean, his average has been down the last couple of years, but he's a good hitter. It's good to see. You know, it gives him some confidence, and for us to have him next year.
Pops it back.
Well, guys, if this thing ends like it is right now, I enjoyed it this year.
Oh, we enjoyed it immensely.
You guys were great.
Thanks for all your help. It's been a good learning experience for all of us to hear your thoughts, and fun to be around. And
I enjoyed
Saturday nights have been terrific. Let's do it again, shall we?
We shall. But I still take a 3-run homer here. Not here, but we got to wait a few batters.
How about 3 solo jacks in a row?
That would be fun.
What a way to win a game. Bob back. You know, so many times you're sitting there in a game like this, just waiting for it to end. And every now and then something like that
crazy happens.
Yeah.
You've got to draw to that inside straight. You're talking about the poker analogy.
Mm-hmm.
You're down to 1 turn of the cards.
Pop back again.
Jeez, I'm still backing away.
Join the club.
Once I lose it over there off this thing, I'm not a veteran of this booth.
Well, you could join me on the floor if you want to. That's where I am most of the time when those foul balls come up there. And a strikeout ends it. So the Rockies persevere. Thanks, Jeff Bagwell. As always, it's been great fun on a Saturday night at home.
I appreciate it, guys.
Way to go, Baggy.
Have a great offseason. 4-2 the final. Greg Reynolds the winner. And Matt Reynolds the winner. And Jordan Lyles takes the loss on this one. It is 4-2 in 13. Colorado beats Houston tonight.